from Boston, narrowly escaping a blizzard that was imminent upon the northeastern United States and Canada, but that means we get a podcast episode. So I'm glad to be back home and recording the Collegiate Exclusive podcast with my main man TJ. TJ, how you doing? How was your weekend? Hopefully a lot warmer than mine.
Yeah, it wasn't snowy and it wasn't blizzard-like, that's for sure. No, I was sat right here, just enjoying my weekend while I got it. Yeah, I mean, I'm going to be traveling for 3 straight weekends after this. I got 2 lands and my birthday that I will be celebrating.
All right.
So I'm going to be staying busy, that's for sure. But outside of that, no, I mean, just hung out. I had to do SEL without you yesterday. That was awful. I can't believe I missed my other half yesterday, but we had a good time, and I hope for those of you who tuned in, you enjoyed the show with Scott.
Yeah, I wish I could have been there, but I honestly needed a day. I got back home 2:30 a.m. Sunday night, and then had to be at the coffee shop at 7 a.m. Monday morning. And like I'm sure people can tell by my voice, I've got some kind of like laryngitis stuff from yelling as loud as I did for NRG and Shopify Rebellion at the Boston Major. So I need some recovering from that as well. So unfortunately, had to miss the SEL, but I know you guys held it down without me. Though I do miss the chaos of that tier 2 action. Like that's what we look forward to every Monday.
Surely, yes, that's what we look forward to every Monday. Yeah, let's keep it like that for now.
All right, well, let's get into things for those that have been busy this past week or so. There hasn't been a ton that's gone on in the CRL space over the course of the last week. Like we got all our standard league play stuff like ACC, NACE, ECAC, PCL all went on, but there was no CRL last weekend because it's this Saturday, the 28th, and I want to remind everyone that is the case. It's not on Sunday, the 29th of February, because that doesn't exist, but make sure you know that it is on Saturday, the 28th, because they decided to change it. I have to assume they did this to avoid having teams that couldn't compete on Sundays missing out on a chance to qualify. I don't know if that's the exact reasoning or not. TJ, I don't know if you've got any insight into this or speculation, but it is on Saturday instead of Sunday.
I wish that I had any insight. Look, I'm pretty against the idea of collegiate tournaments being on weekends in the first place. I do believe that if you want to have maybe a LAN qualifier or even for the CRL qualifiers and that's on a Saturday, all right. If you want to put a weekend to the side for that, then fair play. But outside of that, I'm very, very against anything being over the weekend. It's college. Like the odds of, especially for all the CRL schools, like a lot of these guys, even some of the Europeans, like they're not playing the game like they're not scrimming over the weekends. Like nobody's grinding over the weekends. So I don't know why when they try to decide to move it off. Like a Sunday night, you're already getting locked in for your Monday night games for most teams. Saturday is just kind of smack dab in the middle of the plans if you want to do literally anything else with your weekend. So a little odd, but at the end of the day, I mean, it's CRL, so people know that they're going to move their schedules for CRL, and CRL knows that as well. So Saturday, I think, is better for us as streamers, as broadcasters, but for everybody else, it's just kind of whatever. Just show up and good luck.
Yeah, I mean, at least with it being just 2 weekends of qualifiers. Like, the league play stuff, I agree, should probably be during the week, but, like, if you're going to qualify for CRL, it's been on Sundays since, like, the dawn of time, I feel like. I remember doing Auburn team streams, like, waking up at early in the morning to get ready for an 11 a.m. qualifier start back in the older CRL days. So, like, CRL does, for better or for worse, know that you're going to move your schedule around to do their qualifiers at the very least. So it is Saturday. Make sure you're all aware of that. But let's get into results real quick, because I know we'll be talking a lot of the CRL brackets later on in the week and on Saturday. I'll definitely be live for that. Hopefully you'll be there too, TJ. But NECC is our first stopping points, as we had a couple of good-looking series last week, but no real upsets. And we'll start in Group A here. I have to crop real quick. Hopefully you've got the matches up, TJ. Actually, no.
Yeah, I'm working on it.
There we go. But here, I'll read them out. Again, nothing crazy. All sweeps, actually. Oklahoma Christian 4-0 Ole Miss. Fisher 4-0s Kennesaw State. And Akron Gold 4-0s Davenport Red. Kind of standard.
Yeah, we were talking about this before we kind of went live to everybody here. This has been a pretty low-key week for CRL.
Yeah.
It's been a pretty very like calm before the storm that will be this weekend is the best way I'd word it. And especially within tier one, like unfortunately, this is one of those weeks where the top heavy matchups kind of, show their ugly head. And like that's OC versus Ole Miss. That is what should be an Indiana Tech win over St. Clair Gold, maybe like a 4-1 or a 4-2. Maybe I'm not sure yet.
They're without velocity.
Who
Indiana
knows?
Tech is. They're not with velocity
and
for
then
NECC.
really?
As from what I've heard, and this might have changed because Bluey did say velocity would be back for CRL play, but last I heard, he wasn't going to be competing in the NECC.
Well, then give me Fatal in that matchup. I have faith in the boys. That one will be fun. I think it'll be fun, but not like a game-changing, like group-defining matchup. Now, Akron Gold and Davenport Red, I was low-key hoping for maybe Davenport Red to sneak a game or two, or maybe get off to a hotter start. But I mean, Akron Gold with Patty, that team is redefined and reconsistent, or redone their consistency with Patty on the lineup. It's a completely different dynamic from Milio, so no shocker there.
I actually am a little bit shocked by the Akron Gold result. I thought Davenport Red could compete with Akron Gold, considering the season that Akron Gold's had so far, which has been, I don't know, I think it's been a little bit inconsistent at times. Like they haven't been able to compete with the top teams like they used to. After a fairly lackluster outside of their Ball State win, CRL Open Qual 1, and no real big wins yet this semester. I thought Davenport Red was going to have an easier time against Akron Gold, like at least taking a game or two, but I guess that wasn't the case. Don't know what happened in that series, but it is what it is. But Akron Gold, they definitely do need to be taking wins like this, I feel like, if they are going to maintain their standing around that top 20 range. And I'm glad to see them getting this W going into this weekend, because Akron Gold, I think, is a team that's kind of on the outside looking in that probably should be in a qualifier match, I think, going into a potential league play spot.
Yeah, I mean, we stand on viewpoints of the same basing, but slightly different in terms of our outlook on it. Like, I don't disagree with your point, but what I do disagree with is like Akron Gold 4-0ing Davenport Red. In my opinion, that is an expected result. Given the way this team has played together in the past, and also with Patty and Jan's success in RLCS. Like, I truly do believe that 4-0 is not surprising. I just had hope for Davenport Red. And even for CRL this weekend, I expect Akron Gold to qualify. And we talked about it last episode.
Were they on our list? Our top 8?
They were in mine.
Okay, maybe I think that might have been the one that we disagreed on then. Where I picked Syracuse, you picked Akron Gold. Was that what it was?
Yeah, and I'll probably, like, maybe there's a world where I maybe swap another top team out because I believe Syracuse has a decent shot too. It's very hard. Akron Gold, though, like you said, they should be in a qual match. That, in my opinion, is the absolute bare minimum for Akron Gold, and I think it's going to be luck of the draw based on how the bracket plays out from there. But I really do think they're going to be they're the sleeper pick in my opinion to make it. Like, Syracuse is a contender. Akron Gold has had a pretty rough start, so I don't think they get the benefit of the doubt that they are really good. I think they're the dark horse of the tournament, but we'll see. That's my expectation.
Yeah, we'll find out. But 3 teams that are already in league play actually took their wins in the NECC. Although, for all the sweeps in Group A, TJ, I'm shocked that Group E, or Group B rather, didn't have the same sort of 4-0s here. Like, with St. Clair playing Bruton Parker, with Concord playing Leslie, with Northwood playing Carthage, I would have expected these results to be what we got in the Group A matches and vice versa. But St. Clair loses 2 games to Bruton Parker. Concord's taken a Game 7 by Leslie, and I actually got to see Collat this weekend. I got to see all of Leslie this weekend at the Boston Major, but Collat was saying that he missed a somewhat open net against Concord in Game 7 that would have given them a really good chance to win that series. And I feel like this result is exactly what I said would happen last week, where Concord doesn't take Leslie seriously enough, and then it's a much closer series than it maybe should have been.
Well, I mean, absolutely. And also Concord has a lot of like internet issues that they're still trying to work their way out of right now. So I don't know if it's a mix. Like, Concord has trolled games in the past. Don't get me wrong. I'm not trying to give them any ways out. And Leslie did win 2 and 3, and they were actually up 3-2 in that game before, things kind of made their push all the way towards Game 7, or 6 and 7, I should say. So Leslie unironically had a fair shot at it. I'm not going to say Concord full trolled it. Who knows what's going on over there? I will also add Bruton Parker and St. Clair. I am thrilled with this result. result. If Bruton Parker is contending with some of the best in the nation, then their semester looks absurdly bright.
Yeah.
When I was kind of a hater, I'm not gonna lie, for the first month, because I was very intrigued to see how Antics was gonna fit back into this, like, the swing of things. But I'm really happy to see this one go to 6. Now, granted, this one's got more of a St. Clair troll written all over it because they went up 3-0 before Bruton Parker found 2 games. So that's my personal take. But also with this Northwood game, this one is the more obvious. Like, all right, who knows what Northwood did? Because they just straight up lost game 1 and then proceeded to handle 3 in a row, dropped another game, and then, handled business. But these are close games. So I can't tell who's trolling anymore. I can't tell who's actually trying. I would probably make the argument that the Concord Leslie one was a mini sweat fest, whereas the St. Clair and the Northwood ones were maybe like a 60% troll, 40% trying type of dynamic, or maybe even closer to 50-50. Regardless, that does not discount the results of any of the teams that lost this week. Those are good results for the standings of this group regardless. But yes, the scores were close, but I'm not putting a lot of stock into any teams outside of maybe halfway into Bruton Parker and then 100% of the way into Leslie.
I still hold true my belief that these good teams that drop games, maybe go to a game 7, but still win the series, I don't actually really factor that into my rankings of them. As long as they get the win, that's enough for me to respect the fact that they won that series. Doesn't matter how many games they played in it, because we're playing so many games in CRL in so many different environments for some of these teams that I don't feel like going to 7 with Leslie is a knock on Concord's resume. I think it's pretty good for Leslie, but I don't think it's a big knock on Concord. Once they start losing those series, though, that's when we can start talking. But let's do a standings check-in as well for these groups, since we are almost halfway through the NECC group stage. But I don't think that's any real shocker here that St. Clair and Northwood are up at the top at the moment, and Concord will be up there as well momentarily once that series with Leslie is confirmed on League OS. So I don't think anything's too crazy except for Bruton Parker being towards the top here, because I'm with you. Like, we were actually kind of doing a lot of hating on their results at the start of this semester, TJ. But Bruton Parker have very much turned things around, and I'm actually pretty curious as to how they did it.
I mean, I think it's more so like Antics was an 18 player and an RLCS top 32, top 16 contender like for years. So I think the bigger issue was Bruton Parker made the decision in-house to bring Antics back on. And now we're starting to see that decision pay off. They believe like Antics must be back to grinding full hours, and he must be back to playing like the old version of himself. Not to mention now, instead of the old roster where I believe at the time, whenever he first came to Bruton Parker, it was Manny, Antics, and it was Melodic at one point, and then it was another player before. It was Sino at one point, and then Cass came in down the line. But now that roster's changed because now you have Milk, who has been probably the best prospect Bruton Parker has produced. Maybe ever. And now that question's still left to be unanswered. I have a lot of faith in Milk. That's my boy Tyler. I really do think that Bruton Parker, this is the first semester where they've actually developed a team. And that includes Cass and Antics, even though Antics had to kind of redevelop within the program. So I actually really like Bruton Parker and their odds to go number 4 in this group, because 1 through 3, like, this group's absurdly top heavy. And you can see it in the standings. Absurdly top heavy. But Leslie, Bruton Parker, and I would even argue Cleveland State. Well, actually, Davenport Black is 0-2 as well. Can't forget about them. It's tight. But if I had to give a hot take for this podcast in a very slow and kind of cold week in CRL, I'm going to choose Bruton Parker right now. But their schedule only gets harder from here. Like, they basically only can drop 1 of their next 4 games to hold on to that spot. But we'll keep a close eye and see how it goes.
I like that take, that they could beat out Davenport and Leslie. I don't know about Cleveland State and Carthage. Sorry, boys, if they're contending for that 4th spot. But that is a good reminder that it is top 4 that make playoffs here in the NECC. So do keep that in mind as we look at Group A standings as well. Oklahoma Christian and Fisher right there at the top. No real shockers. Kennesaw State up there as well. But then you've got Ole Miss 1-2 right now with a tough schedule to start out. Indiana Tech is a bit of a wild card at the moment with Velocities standing in question, and then Davenport Red and St. Clair Gold. I had greater hopes for them than what they've produced so far, but Maybe they'll be able to turn things around in the later stages of group play, but at the moment, I think Oklahoma Christian, Fisher, and Kennesaw State should be the locks, with probably Ole Miss and Akron Gold duking it out, and then Indiana Tech is kind of the question mark team.
Yeah, fates are going to start to be sealed in the next, probably, unironically, this week or next week could seal the fates of most of the NECC teams at the bottom.
Yeah.
Like, coming back from 03, this is both an issue for really, like, both Davenport teams haven't won a game yet in NECC, which is crazy. Both of them, like Davenport Reds, one more loss away from basically being ruled out of making the top four. St. Clair Gold, I don't know what to expect because I have faith in that team. Like, me and Fatal had a very funny DM conversation last podcast because I was hating on them a little too much. Like, I believe in that team. But it's about where is everybody's hearts at, right? Like Kennesaw State Premier, like I know that even though they may not grind 1,000 hours, like I know they're going to play and care.
Yeah.
Same thing for OC. OC always has a chip on their shoulder. People are always hating on OC. They are still one of the best teams in the nation, and they're going to play like it. And for Fisher, they finally have one of their best rosters, if not their best Rocket League roster ever. We'll have to see how they perform, obviously. But an absurdly talented roster, and also a great team captain in Royales, who is one of the most positive people I've ever met in this scene. So the duality of Group A and the top and the contenders and who's playing in it versus Group B and the top and the contenders, it's two completely different showcases. So there's nothing guaranteed yet at all. So we'll wait and see how this week goes. Maybe Group B will have an early kind of sneak peek after next week, but Group A, I'm not putting anybody locked in just yet. Maybe OC, but outside of them, nobody yet.
Yeah, it's really competitive at the top of Division 1 at the moment, which I love. I think that's what NECC definitely needs. We need a league like this that can produce competitive series every single week. So shout out to NECC for that. Let's move on to Division 2 now as well. Not a ton going on down here. We're gonna skip two of the groups because there wasn't anything notable in either of the West groups. So we're skipping on them this week. Sorry to the Western Central schools, but I wanted to look at East A, just kind of solely for the Shawnee State over Robert Morris series, just to instill some faith in Shawnee State that they can still beat those teams that they should be beating, honestly, after a rough start to the semester. So 4-1 over Robert Morris, fairly convincing for Shawnee State. So I'm glad to see this is the case for them because it kind of keeps them still in the conversation for playoffs in a still pretty difficult East A group to get out of with how Fanshawe and Conestoga have been performing in CRL and outside. And then UNCC and Fisher Navy we kind of expected big things from. But Shawnee State's right there, and Mount Union 2-1 as well. Shout out.
Well, and also we're missing two of the proving games. Like Fuel and Fisher, their match is going to happen tonight. And then for Niner and Conestoga, their match hasn't been rescheduled yet. And both those were supposed to be played already. So there's a lot of teams missing a game in the middle right now because the future of this group is very, very much in the hands of some of these games. Like Fuel beat Fisher and then Fisher beat Fuel in the CRL qualifiers. I believe they went 1-1. And then as for Niner and Conestoga, Niner is fresh off a land win. They were at the oh man, I'm gonna forget. We were in Charlotte. I'm so sorry. I'm gonna forget the name. Nate Dogg is gonna have to help me out here. I believe it was the something esports collective, maybe Charlotte or Carolina's esports collective or something like that. I could be totally wrong. I'll let him clarify on that. But like Niner has actually been on a decent run. They had to beat teams like South Carolina. They had to beat a Virginia Tech who was also very hot off of the CRL qualifiers. So I really think that maybe there's a little bit of faith in them, but also like on the match page, like the round 3 match page for East Day, like Shawnee, Robert Morris, Warriors Gold, and Mount Union are all on one side, and then Fuel, Fisher, Niner, and Conestoga are on the other. It's about as storybook as it gets when you look at those matchups. And Shawnee should be the locked-in 5th seed in this group, but unfortunately, I don't see them punching any better up or down. I think that this is going to be a battle between them top 4.
Well, they got to step it up, or continue to step it up, I should say. Good win over Robert Morris, but they need bigger wins if they're going to get back in the conversation. They're kind of being carried by name value at the moment when it comes to the conversations in CRL contexts. But big actually upset in East B this week, and it's not going to show immediately on screen, but we'll get to it. A big, actually, couple of upsets, I should say. Yeah, Bruton Parker JV, a Game 7 win over Florida Southern. And then South Carolina, they beat Winthrop Academy, take care of business against Winthrop Academy again. This is not the first time they've played each other this semester. And Daytona State, they get their win over UCF. And off your screen right now, Kennesaw State's B team, that's the Dylan and Clixie squad, they beat Florida in Game 7, TJ. How about that win for the KSUB team?
This team needed a signature win. They needed something to stand on and really show everybody that they're a contender for top 48, top 32 positions. And this was a big one. Florida State jumped out to a 1-0 lead, but then Kennesaw goes 2, 3, and 4 and gets those 3 games in a row. That swing right there just simply, it seemed like it made it too hard for Florida because they had to use a whole lot of gas. They went 2-1 Game 5, 2-1 Game 6, and must have ran out 3-0 Game 7. So really, really big for Dylan and his team. And also with Condra, who's a freshman, literally fresh out of the Georgia High School State Championships. He was just competing there, and then immediately is getting wins like this in his freshman year. So nothing but absolute just... I'm trying to think of the best word for it. Like absurdly impressive gameplay from that freshman to slot into this roster that, like, with all due respect to Kennesaw B, they really weren't contending for much last semester. They didn't really have signature wins or signature losses. They weren't really in the position to make big wins. But now they get Condra and everything flips and changes. So credit to Dylan. I know he's been grinding, and this team deserves it. But also for Florida, I don't want to say it's a bad loss, but it feels like it's right on the edge. It's right on the fence, I feel like, of what's a bad loss versus what's a close game.
Yeah, Florida is still inconsistent, and that's always been the case with them. It's usually the case with club teams. Like, you just don't, some weeks you can't put in the hours because you have a couple of exams you're preparing for, so you're not fresh on the sticks. And for Florida, this is another one of those losses that's just going to continue to keep them kind of around the 40 mark, in my opinion, when it comes to the rankings. And so we'll see what happens with them. I'm going to be doing a live top 48 ranking after this podcast, and I'm going to be putting in all these results because I've fallen behind in my spreadsheet. So we'll be getting everything inputted. We'll see where these teams stand. But for Kennesaw State B, like, I wasn't looking at them as a top 48 team before this, and now they've shown that they can beat ranked teams. And I had Dylan in my DMs. He was like, Kennesaw State B, top 48 win. And then I had Clixie in person in Boston being like, Kennesaw State B, top 48 win. And so I can't escape it right now. So I'll definitely give them a look after this. Good win for them. And for Bruton Parker JV, same sort of deal. Right now, TJ, they're 2-1 in this NECC group, and their only loss is to Winthrop Academy in Game 7. This team might actually sneak into playoffs here.
Well, I mean, I will say this. For the Kennesaw upset over Florida, there's a lot more unexpected, a lot more precedent that Kennesaw has to fight. As for Bruton Parker JV, the precedent isn't as strong against them. Like, this Bruton Parker B team has had a decent history of showing up to lands, of competing, of showing up online, finding a win here and there. Like, this has always been a team that you've worried about. But then when you add a Manny onto this team, like, I talk about the change of, like, Wovo dropping down a team or Patty dropping down a team. In terms of the culture of a team, bringing Manny down completely switches how this Bruton Parker JV team kind of plays. And also with Antics not grinding as much with these two players beforehand, talking about Kyler and Wish, I think now they have a true captain and a true leader. And Manny is doing absolute work. But that also goes to show the work of somebody like Kyler, who, when I talk about Bruton Parker recruits and project players and development players, Kyler is right behind what I would say as Milk as one of the fastest growing prospects out of this team, and he looks incredible. And then as for Wish, shout out Dante. I actually didn't know he had it in him. I'm not gonna lie. Yeah. Like, he spent a lot of time, like, he was always the funny dude on this roster. Granted, don't get me wrong, like, he's peaked right below 1900, and that was only like last season or the season before. Like, don't get me wrong, he's been up there before. But when I view contenders and competitors, he's just a laid back, go with the flow dude. God forbid I thought that, because they take, pretty good work of Florida Southern. And it also goes all the way to 7. So great series. And Florida Southern were fighting tooth and nail. They were down 2-0, got Game 3, went down 3-1, won 2 in a row, and then it wasn't enough for a 5-0 Game 7. Again, like Florida, both Florida teams, just not enough gas in the tank for a 7-game series.
Yeah, I love the Wish story that you talked about. It kind of reminds me of Kung at UTK, where it's like this guy that you know more for what he does outside of the Rocket League pitch. Like Kung kind of
Yeah.
helping the UTK program function. Wish, you know, from how loud he gets at LAN and how boisterous a supporter of Bruton Parker he is. And then they actually like come in here, work on their individual game, and actually get pretty good where they're turning some heads and getting some decent wins. So I love stories like that. Guys are not expecting to be solid at the game, but they just put their head down and grind and get better. And now for Bruton Parker JV, it's showing. We're getting a lot of good stories like that in the CRL space right now. I love how the scene's developed to the point where we're getting a lot of different motivational factors for players like this. Like for Bruton Parker JV, like they've got NECC playoffs on their horizons now, and that's a good bit of motivation, it seems, for this team to do well. So I love that.
Yeah, I mean, and I'll throw in one more point to kind of wrap this group up into
Yeah.
a nice little bow. South Carolina has looked really good, looked very good in NECC. And I say that because they just showed up to the same LAN that Charlotte was at. They actually lost to Virginia Tech in semifinals, I believe, which is not an expected loss, in my opinion. Even though Virginia Tech's been hot, I don't expect South Carolina to do that. And with that, yeah, and that's fine. That SJT brings up a good point. They were playing with a sub. They were playing with, God, forgive me for
Was it
forgetting.
T-Man?
It was T-Man instead of Turnup.
Okay.
Which also, like, of all the people who could sub, like, T-Man's still a decent player, so I'm not putting, like, a lot of stock into that land loss. I'm just putting, like, a sprinkle of it. But in NECC, this team looks disgusting. Huge wins. We're talking a Game 6 over Daytona State. We're talking a Game 6 over Kennesaw B. We're talking a Game 6 over Winthrop. Like, you can't get these guys to Game 7. You can't get them down in a series at all. They look incredible. And I'm more so excited. Like, out of all the storylines in this group, I'm more so excited for this group. And also, SJT's bringing this up in chat, so I got to bring it to the podcast. He looked at me across the table whenever I had to bring my UGA boys to play them. He looked at me and said, I've been waiting for this one because y'all be hating on USC. First off, I find the clip. Find the clip of me hating on USC, because I have been ever since SJT was put into the lineup for Boost on the Beach, I've been an SJT fan, and I've been a Turnup fan. I've never been a South Carolina hater. All right, anyways, he wants to bring it in chat. I had to bring that up. But that wraps up Div 2 in a nice little bow. South Carolina looks like a really, really good contender.
I hate South Carolina because I was going to stream their match against Bruton Parker JV tomorrow, and they rescheduled to Saturday. So I hate SJT the most, and I hate South Carolina for that because I really wanted to watch that series. But it is what it is. I'll be streaming Florida versus Winthrop Academy tonight. The Nate Dog's actually going to be casting with me. That'll be at 9:30 Eastern, 8:30 Central. And then I got Florida Southern and Daytona State tomorrow on stream. So make sure you all like and subscribe to the channel and all that. But let's move on to NACE. We got a couple series to look at. Last week, some, again, middle of the table results, not super interesting. And again, it's going to be cut off. So here's what we got. Bruton Parker's on the bye. We got Cumberland beating Winthrop with Phantom playing instead of Garrett G. Shout out Garrett G. He had a long line of people 1v1ing him at the NRG booth in Boston. But that's all the action that I've seen him in outside of the CRL Open Qualifier number 1. Cumberland beat him 3-1, not too surprising. West Virginia beat Ball State 3-1, not too surprising. Baylor beat St. Clair 3-1. That's a result you can actually take something from. And then Akron 3-1 ETSU, not too surprising.
Yeah, I mean, Baylor comes back from Hawaii and actually looks like themselves again. That's a big win over St. Clair, a team that was seemingly figuring it out because they took a really bad loss to Fuel and then all of a sudden did what they were supposed to do, and they didn't drop a game. They went 9-0 and losers to go qual. So good win for Baylor on a team that kind of had to regain after 2 weeks ago. Again, went there with a sub. I'm not putting a lot of stock into it, but a good controlled win for Cumberland. I also got to actually meet Phantom in person at the Charlotte LAN this past weekend, and he was telling me a little bit about this game. He said that Percy and T-Crow, Like obviously, like when it comes to CRL games, they are going to try. But with these NACE games, like especially without Garrett, it's not only are they, like they're not like full sweating, but also like it's NACE. Like they're gonna make playoffs. So once that comes around, then I expect to see Winthrop kind of go unleashed. But also Cumberland's that's not an easy matchup, even if they were full trying this game. So good win for Cumberland, and then Akron ETSU. At least they got a game, and then same thing for Ball State and West Virginia. I would say based off how Ball State played this last weekend, or 2 weekends ago, I should say, at least they got a game because they look very cold right now. We'll have to see how they perform going into the second qual. But Ball State also beat Winthrop in this group in round 1, so.
Yeah, I mean Winthrop's kind of the punching bag, which is funny to say in this super conference group. Like Winthrop is the punching bag of all the teams that are that are kind of using them as a launch pad and to get up the standings here. So that's what happens. I mean, Phantom is a really good player, but when you're pitting him and a Percy and TCRL that aren't really taking it seriously against the likes of like a Cumberland team that looks super hot, West Virginia, Ball State, Baylor, these teams are grinding. They actually want these wins. And even for Baylor, like these guys, maybe they're not grinding, but like Baylor's a new program. So I know Coach Stanley's probably like, guys, come on, let's get some wins against some of these bigger names. Help get some more recognition from the main Baylor Twitter account that tweeted about their Hawaii win, which is pretty sick. Awesome. I don't know if you saw that.
I did, yeah. No, I mean, I saw Stanley retweet it. It is incredible that Baylor not only has such investment. I mean, it goes to show you what can happen when a school finds the right director, but also finds the right person. Like Stanley, shout out Adam. Coach Stanley is a alumni of Baylor. He gets to come back to Baylor. He gets to found this esports program, which is getting an immense amount of, I believe it's president support directly, or at least athletic support. Regardless, they're getting a lot of investment, both socially and financially. Stanley was the perfect person to hire. Yep. And now they are in a league. The NACE is one of the biggest leagues, one of the biggest, I think, investment leagues for major schools. And Baylor is in a really good spot to, if I'm being really honest, unless Winthrop wants to put Garrett in for playoffs, Baylor, unironically, now they've handled St. Clair. I think they cruise through St. Clair or through Super Conference right now. I don't know who's going to really put a hand up. Cumberland or West Virginia, mainly. Okay. I mean, I hope so. I'm going to put Cumberland in the same conversation because I think that, they can do it. But I really, really don't know. I mean, we're not going to see those matchups until, let me try and look here. West Virginia plays Cumberland in round 5, which is March 6th. Okay. So we're getting close to that. It's in 2 weeks. And then Winthrop, and then West Virginia and Baylor, sorry, not Winthrop, they play on round, I'm almost there. Is it the last round? It might be. No, it's ETSU. Wait 2 seconds, guys. I'm doing my journalism here.
It would be awesome if League Spot had a way for us to actually, they might
search it up.
If you click on West Virginia's team name, you can go to their full schedule.
Yeah, I mean Baylor plays Cumberland March 17th, so there's that. Okay. And then Cumberland plays, Baylor plays
West Virginia.
Hold on now. This is what we go through before we do the podcast. Bro. This is a good example. When does Baylor play West Virginia? Did I miss that matchup completely?
Oh yeah, they have already played. We covered. That was week 1. That's what we don't remember.
Oh, it was week 1, and West Virginia won. Okay, well, good on West Virginia. That win is going to do wonders for them down the road for tiebreakers. So you know what? Yeah, I'll believe that Baylor should be able to handle that. But also, Cosmic keeps on getting better. Like him and his guys finished top 8 North America. I'm pretty sure this past RLCS split. So like, it's doable. It's absolutely doable, but I'm rooting for Baylor right now.
While we're talking NACE, the last thing I wanna shout out is whoever is doing their graphics, and this is gonna show up kind of poorly on stream, but we're gonna try and make it work. But they posted this in their Discord today, a match highlight, and they've got it's a sick looking graphic. I'm gonna be completely honest, and they're shouting out Akron versus West Virginia happening tonight, and then they've got this little write-up as well. And whenever I see a write-up like this, I've kind of been conditioned to see if it's AI, because a lot of leagues, unfortunately, you do just cheesy write-ups for the sake of doing a write-up. Like, if you're going to use AI for a write-up, you're not doing it to actually push narratives. You're doing it just to have something out there that looks somewhat like a traditional sports write-up. But this actually does seem like a human put it together, like talking about very specific results. With West Virginia beating Baylor. If we had checked this out before, TJ, we could have had that result. But yeah, they pulled ahead by a single goal in the final game, and they're playing Akron tonight. Like these are good graphics. I want to shout out Nace for the quality coverage when it comes to their graphics and their Discord.
Yeah, I mean, this right here is exactly what you're supposed to pay for when you pay for NACE. Like, NACE is the most expensive varsity league, and it should be for stuff like this. Like, I hate they didn't start doing this sooner because this is really cool, and I hope they get to do it for more conferences than just a super conference. But really cool ideas with the graphic. Like, all of this is very sports-based, except for this graphic, which is so special to talk about the specific teams. In a perfect world, I would love for there to be, like, player stats and a head-to-head that maybe the mainstream uses, too. That would be awesome. But that's my wish list. This is very good from NACE. Not to mention the Florida LAN is one of the coolest LANs in all of college esports. And NACE does a really good job with that event.
Yep.
So good on NACE. They're taking all the right steps. And they had a huge change in leadership last year, too. Brand new CEO, I believe, or director, or whatever you want to call that position.
Really long.
So, yeah, big shout out to what the whole staff team is doing as well. NACE is not only continuing to move in the right direction, but they're starting to, I think, get a firmer grasp on the competitive standard after they took a slight dip last year with NECC getting their big, like, push in teams and all that. But NACE still, I think, reigns supreme in terms of value.
Well, let's move along from NACE, despite the reigning supreme in value, because we got one ECAC match to talk about. One interesting ECAC match. This is another Ball State Black series that I want to talk about in the ECAC. They've beaten Akron Gold in ECAC, and now they have beaten Bruton Parker here. So shout out to the Ball State B team. Had a bad CRL Open Qual 1, but it's all good. They're still doing well in ECAC, still pulling some good wins there. Best of 7 win over Bruton Parker here, except thumbs down to BK for once again uploading screenshots of just a random clip art key instead of...
You can do this?
Yeah, no, he does this for every single one of the Ball State series. Look at this. He uploads the logos or just something random. You click on the Ball State Black Akron Gold. Yeah, he uploads the logo.
Do that? Okay, well that is yeah, I hope NECC, I hope there's not NECC, I hope there's ECAC admin looking at this, because that is ridiculous. I did not know that you could do that. I can't believe that they get away with that. Well, also, like I'm actually not even mad at BK. I'm mad at ECAC for this, because how do you allow that to like, the replay files are .replay, or like, if you wanted to take the screenshots, like, somebody's got to check their biggest conference. Like, there's no excuse for Titan. But regardless, let's actually talk about the game. For Bruton Parker, I don't... it's not a bad loss, because Ball State Black is good. Don't get me wrong, they're good. But, like, this is why Bruton Parker has to beat the allegations of being a gatekeeper team, because they have to win series like that to be consistently top 16, to be consistently top 15, 12. If they want to go higher, they have to win those games. But good for Ball State Black, because they definitely needed that after a tough Ball State CRL Qual weekend.
Well, that's literally the only ECAC match that I really want to talk about. All the other ones were as expected, no real close series. So we'll move on from ECAC and start talking about the LANs that we had this past weekend, because there were two like pretty quality LANs. And I'm going to start out with the what I think was the higher quality of the two LANs, the Texas Collegiate Invitational. And for those that follow the scene, you'll definitely have seen this already, but this was a pretty stacked LAN for it being just Texas schools plus Oklahoma. Oklahoma's Rocket League team actually wasn't there. Their Valorant team was, but their Rocket League team was competing in a different Oklahoma LAN. But this was highlighted by Baylor and Lubbock Christian and UT Dallas as well, rounding out the top 3. But overall, pretty competitive LAN event. This was the bracket stage. There was a group stage before this, but we're not really looking at that. But pretty standard results overall. Baylor got their win. Lubbock Christian beat the teams they had to. Looked competitive against Baylor, and overall, pretty high quality LAN. Shout out UTD.
Yeah, I mean, they've always kind of set a standard for on-campus involvement in esports. Like, the new facility is incredible. And what the entire program is doing, especially shout out Director Josh as well. These guys are incredible, and there's very few schools, I should say, who come close to the level of investment and involvement in esports as UTD. Now, the fact that they use that, like for example, Syracuse uses their ability to work and do the Power Esports Conference. That's incredible. UTD used it to affect a direct state-based tournament. That is also incredible equally. So really cool that they're getting creative with how they use their facility. And the broadcast, like look at these graphics.
Yeah.
Like this is good. We're getting active tweets put in. Like this is so impressive. And I'm not trying to like knock on anybody, but like compare the Power Esports Conference and compare how a debut UTD event went. All I'm saying is that visually these are beautiful. Also, I believe that photo right there is actually from DreamHack. It's from the UTD Valorant team. So all I'm going to say is I'm taking partial credit for that. But no, on a serious note, this is just such an incredible event. And I'm very happy that things went the way that they did. It seemed like it was a really good tournament.
Yeah, I'm pretty envious that I didn't get to watch it live because I would have loved to be trolling and getting tweets put up here if I was actually watching live. But great production quality. Had Danger Taco casting as well. Had Valorant at the same time as Rocket League. Good mix. There's Taco. Shout him out, and whoever this other UTD caster is. But still great.
Look at a waste, man.
Great. Overall series and a great tournament rather, and ended with a bang as well. Had a great last couple of series, and it's Valorant at the end. But you had UTD taking some games off of Lubbock Christian, and then LCU doing the same thing to Baylor at the very end. But you got a stacked casting desk with Taco and Oace, and I can't imagine the amount of fun that they had doing this broadcast. We need more tournaments like this. Like Syracuse are at the forefront of it. Boise's doing stuff like this. UTD's now adding their name to the list of programs that have facilities and capabilities to run this sort of thing. And it's exactly what we need in the collegiate space right now.
It's all just so exciting to see, and I'm very happy that Texas of all the states are developing together.
Yeah.
Like Baylor is buying in. I'm going to throw Oklahoma in the conversation just by proximity. Like these are programs that are all starting to see each other buy in and are either doing it out of the community or competition or both. And that right there is what it takes for these bigger schools to get involved. I'm waiting for it to spread to Georgia. I'm hoping by association it'll make its way to Florida and then to Georgia. But in the meantime, Texas leading the way and setting a really good example. Just a dream, year for UTD top to bottom as a program. And again, like people like Oace in the program, like they have so many great student leaders. Brooke, one of their photographers that travels with the team to do land photos and video. Oh my God, Brooke is incredible. Easily one of the best I've seen in the scene. And that goes for Oace too, running on the Octane Apex side of things. Like UTD is doing collegiate esports the way you're supposed to do it. And that is let these students thrive, but also help them get to that level, and everybody in that program excels. And I'm glad that Danger was able to stop by. A nice little cameo, professional, little kind of, I said cameo already. You guys know what I mean. Really cool for him to be there. So it's a cool event.
Yeah, it's crazy how much like professional talent UTD has packed into that program. So I guess it's not really a shocker that they put together a broadcast package that looked like what we just showed up on stream. So shout out UTD, and shout outs to just up north in Edmond, Oklahoma, the Skill Issue LAN. This is the fourth time this LAN event has been run. And it featured like some pretty good Midwestern teams that traveled to this LAN. Oklahoma Christian featuring in this event. And this was hosted by the University of Central Oklahoma, if I do remember correctly. And Wichita State's been at these for several skill issues now running. Oklahoma's been to a couple. And Oklahoma Christian, I don't remember if this is their first one or not, but I think it was their first one. And either way, they ended up taking it. Wichita State, again, beating the teams that you had to was the name of these, the name of the game for these two LAN events. TJ, OC, winning the whole thing. No surprise. Wichita State coming in second. No surprise. Southeastern Oklahoma State's beating Oklahoma in Game 5. Like, close series. And I bet this was probably the series of the tournament. And it puts them in the top 3 as well.
I mean, yeah, and fittingly enough, they're the only two teams with really anything to like play for in terms of like expectations. Like, not to mention with losers round 3, losers quarters, like Wichita State Black had a really decent run. Great for them, wonderful
Yeah.
for them. And that, but like at the same time, when you look at actually making an impact in the top 48, you look at Oklahoma and Southeastern Oklahoma. So yeah, absolutely, I'm sure that was a banger. I feel for Oklahoma because they have been on the hotter end. They've had a very fun rivalry with Georgia State to watch in the meantime. And they definitely made the right decision by coming to this land where they actually had a very good chance of going top 3. And if they were playing and peaking, maybe they do go top 2. Who knows? But Wichita State's been hot enough recently to where I think they were guaranteed to make the final. And then that goes for OC as well. They have always, in the last year, have been very consistent. They've only had one bad semester as a program. Truly, it's only been one bad semester where things really fell apart. And then since then, they got right back to business. So them only dropping what seems to be one game the entire playoff bracket, no shocker there.
And shout out as well, this tournament actually featured high school teams. I think Epic Charter, Edmond Memorial. I'm not sure which ones exactly are the high school teams, but it did feature high school teams. I mean, from the tournaments that you and I have hosted, TJ, like we are big fans of high school teams getting the chance to compete against collegiate teams. Like my Battle for Bama, we've always featured high school teams whenever we can. So I'm a huge fan of the high school squads getting a shot against the college teams, and they usually don't win unless actually you're in the state of Alabama where Bob Jones still reigns supreme. But
very rare occurrence.
Yeah, it is pretty rare overall. But I'm glad to see it because that's a big experience for those schools.
Yeah, I mean, I'm directly from the high school pipeline, so I don't need to add much to it. That's why my career is the way that it is. So go support your local middle school and high school esports programs.
Well, support lands as well. Like we're starting to get to that semester or that part of the semester where we are getting spoiled with LAN events. So very happy to see we finally arrived. We don't have any top 48 rankings to show off live on the podcast. We've just been too busy straight up to put together good lists, but I will be doing a live rankings after this podcast for all of you to stick around. I've got a live rankings segment, then a show match, then an NECC official between Winthrop Academy and Florida. So that's coming up after the show. So let's move on to our accolades. And before we start awarding them, TJ, I have to show this to everyone. First of all, make sure you all follow the podcast Twitter. The handle's right there, COL exclusive podcast. But I got to, award the Collegiate Exclusive Player of the Week live in person to Collat after he won it last week. I got to see him at the Boston Major. We ran into each other in the merch line. So shout out Collat. Got to get a picture with him. And saw a ton of other players, and it was a great time overall. But I thought this was a pretty cool moment for the podcast, getting to see one of our players that got the award in person.
Yeah, I saw this tweet and I just, I got to sit there and just smile as large as I can on my face. Eventually maybe we'll get to a point where we can get every player that we've talked positively and negatively about in RLCS land. We can try and get them all together for one. But no, this was really cool. And Collat, I mean, I don't need to say anything about Leslie. The program top to bottom full of just really outstanding and ethically outstanding people, from the director to the Rocket League people all the way down to the players. So overall, no surprises that Collat was cool enough to take a photo there.
Yeah, good dudes. I got to see Swaz and Dre as well. So shout out to those two. But we've got awards for this week to award, and I'm going to start off by segueing from the LAN segment into this one with a program of the week. I'm shouting out UTD, and we've already kind of given our reasoning for this, but putting on a LAN event that high quality and just overall as a program doing a lot of the right things at the moment. I do want to shout them out, and also in covering the LAN event that they put on, Josh did send me a great write-up about like the link to the VOD, the link to the bracket, the link to the format as well. I gotta shout him out. Also a viewer of the podcast pretty regularly, TJ. We love our friends at the show.
Well, and the fact that a director took the time out of their day to actually post-event, put something together to share out to community shows, that goes to show Josh's involvement in the community. It goes to show his knowledge of the scene. Like, he runs a very large program. He's not supposed to know every little thing about Rocket League like what DJ, TJ, and Bepic do on Tuesday nights. Like, he doesn't need to know that, but he does. And again, like, I don't need to continue to say more and more incredible things about UTD because I feel like I've already said everything I possibly can. can. Top to bottom, like they do an incredible job, and the school invests in them because they are all incredible at their jobs. So Josh just leads a great charge. But again, top to bottom, there's not a single thing wrong with that program. So a successful LAN, very, very proud of the program for putting that one together. And I'm excited to see what they do next.
Well, let's keep the positivity flowing here because we got other awards to give out. Let's do teams of the week first. For pulling off one of the only upsets in the entire week of CRL action, I do want to shout out Kennesaw State B. And since we're just giving out awards this week, shout out to Bruton Parker JV as well. I think we're gonna give out the dual Bepic Collegiate Exclusive Player or Team of the Week award to Bruton Parker JV and Kennesaw State B, two teams that talk a lot of game and are actually backing it up this week. So those are my teams of the week here.
They also both Georgia schools, so
yes.
Now I'm going to look like the bad guy. No, I'm going down to state. I'm more so with the break that we've had and kind of the back-to-back slow-ish episodes post-CRL qual. I was more so looking for a team who's in the meantime actually kind of found their place in CRL. So my team of the week is Daytona State, who throughout their Div 2 games, outside of that loss to South Carolina, which was a Game 6 loss, they then went on to go 4-2 over Florida. Then they 4-1 UCF. And then now they get to play Florida Southern on Bepic Stream tomorrow. So mine's kind of they've been really consistent, and I expect them to continue to be consistent. That should be a banger of a series on your stream. And also, because Bepic missed the SCL, I wanted to pull from Daytona State SCL games as well. They have played incredible. 3-0 over UAH, 3-2 over UCF. They lost 3-2 to ETSU, very close series. 3-0 over James Madison, 3-1 UTD JV. Game 5 lost to Cumberland, and now they play UTA varsity next week. So this is a team who has only lost to teams who consistently remain in the top, I'll say, top 16-ish range. That's the only teams that this team has really lost to, outside of the South Carolina maybe. So Daytona State's finding their place consistently, I think, towards the top 32. They're just looking for an extra signature win or two, and they could start that this week with a Florida Southern win tomorrow and then CRL quals.
Yeah, definitely deserving of an award. There's a lot of teams that are on the up and up, on that grind at the moment, and Daytona State definitely one of them. And can't wait to see what they do this weekend. And actually, the next award we're giving out for, at least on my end, my player of the week is a guy that we're not going to see this weekend, but one that I did want to shout out, not so much for his play on the field, which we are already very familiar with. I'm giving my player of the week award to Royales, which they kicked some teams around last weekend in qualifying for league play, and Royales was a big part of that. So he's earning the award partially because of that, but also because I got to have some long conversations with him. Like, so long, we got kicked out of the venue. Well, I got kicked out. He had a pass, but after the first day of RLCS, he and I were chatting, like just chatting ball, chatting CRL, and and they were like, "Hey, you got to get out of here." And so our talk was cut short, unfortunately, but it was just great to talk to him. You said it earlier. He's one of the most positive dudes in the scene, and so getting to talk to him is always a pleasure. So my player of the week is Royales, half for how good he is just at Rocket League in general, and the other half for how much fun it was to talk to him in Boston over the weekend.
Yeah, I mean, he is a social butterfly, and he is so much fun to be around. He is also, unironically, I'll make another very small joke point. He is rewriting a lot of impressions about Fisher Esports actively the more time he's there. Like, I would say he is, from a social and even a professional perspective, he is one of the biggest recruits that Fisher has ever signed because of what he means and how he represents his programs, and also how he represents South America as well. Love the kid to death. Or I say the kid, love the guy to death. Now, on that note, we'll wrap up with my player of the week. Mine's a little bit of a niche pick, but I think Oasis will really love this one. As for my UTA friends, aka Caribou and Random Shy, I'm sorry for this, but Texas Dallas and Texas Arlington played on LAN on Texas Dallas, and it was a 4-0 for Texas Dallas.
Okay.
So on that note, I give it to my favorite player on that team. Sorry, Dalton. Sorry, and to everybody else who's ever played for UTD. Give me Zora as my player of the week. Another absurdly positive guy. So much fun to be around. And also, I don't think that we've gone towards Texas Dallas with a team or a player of the week. I think ever. So they get a program of the week, and then now you get a player of the week in the same week. So it's just a Texas type of feeling for me.
Yeah, I think it's fair. You host a great LAN. You got a great team to be around. I think you get a couple of awards. So shout out to Zora and the entirety of UTD. But that does bring us to the end of our show. And I've lost my overlay. I guess I didn't make one for that that final segment. So yeah, for the final word, I don't really have anything, TJ. I mean, this is probably our shortest episode since sometime last fall. Not much went on last week, but I think we're going to make up for that with our CRL coverage this weekend and next week. It's going to be a long show next Tuesday. I think I can guarantee that.
Yeah, I mean, we don't really have much of a Scholastic Minute because also things are going pretty well in terms of all of the high school and action around. Like I watched, again, like I'm going to reference the Carolina land again, which we didn't have a bracket for because they didn't publish one. So guys, please, if you're hosting an event, publish your stuff and get the marketing materials out. I beg. But like I referenced that land because it also brought high schools out. So we had 3 lands in one weekend and 2 of them involved high schools in the tournament.
That's awesome.
We are turning the page on a really good age of collaboration. So if we wanted to do a Scholastic Minute, that's my statement for that. Is I am so happy and proud of some of the state-based or organized or like regional-based games and tournaments that are doing such a good job with involving high schoolers in their events. I know that me and you with the SEL, and especially within Alabama and Georgia, we try our absolute best to do the same. So I want to make sure that gets out as my closing remarks. And outside of that, we appreciate everybody tuning in. I really hate that I'm going to miss CRL Qual 2. I'm not going to be able to stream. I didn't get stream Qual 1 because I had personal family things. And then now I'm celebrating my birthday because I'm going to work 2 lands in a row the next 2 weekends. So
all right,
I'm going to skip out on Qual 2, but it is because I will see you guys at the 2 biggest lands of the month in March. And one of those, actually, neither one of them's announced their talent yet, so I won't say anything. But if you put 2 and 2 together, I'll see you guys in 2 separate places in the span of 3 weeks. So be fun.
All right, well, big couple of weeks coming up, so I'm glad we had a quiet week to get prepared for that. As always, thank you to everyone that tuned in live and everyone that watched on Spotify or YouTube or wherever else you managed to catch the podcast. Maybe some Twitch VOD viewers that are psychos that watch after the fact there. But do stay tuned, at least on my stream. I'll be doing a live top 48 ranking coming up after this. A lot of data input, a lot of figuring out. So let's have some fun with that. And then I'll have a WCTC and Mount Aloysius show match coming up at 8:30 Eastern time. And then an hour after that, 9:30 Eastern, is Florida versus Winthrop Academy, an NECC official. All best of 7s tonight. Top 48 before then. So thanks for watching as always, and I'll see you all in a little bit, unless you're watching after the fact, in which case we'll see you in the next podcast. Thanks for watching. All right, let's get into it. Hope everyone enjoyed the podcast. We've got some ranking to do, and yeah, this is my playground for the next hour and a half. I hope you're all ready for this. My green screen's being a little pesky today. I don't know what's going on, but we'll make do. The production quality for this next hour and a half is down here. We're taking it easy. So let's I need like a little sandbox area, sandbox rankings list. Let's do this. This was my list from pre-CRL. We're gonna come over here and we're gonna use this as our little sorting area. Make it look somewhat presentable. What's up, Hotshot? This is now the segment of the podcast where I live rank the top 48. Hope you're ready. But first, actually, the boring part of all of this, we need to go through and do some data input on my results table, because I have fallen woefully behind. February 9th, is that actually the last day that I did? What even was February 9th? That was the Monday. Oh, no, it wasn't. Oh, yeah, it was. The Monday pre-CRL. What do we got? NECC's, Indiana Tech, and Davenport Red. That was the last thing that we had. Let's pull everything up. My voice sucks right now. This is the downside of going to LAN. This happened to me every single time, I swear. It's like a sinus infection, laryngitis type thing. And like, it's not contagious, so I can't like just hibernate in my bed. So what's up with my green screen right now? What's going on? It's gonna bug me. Oh, there's a little OBS window I wanted to show you guys. Alright. Makes it look a little better. Can't wait to see Fuel's new ranking. Yeah, we've got a lot of work to do in like the 33 through 48 range. Good grief. Alright, so we've got all these tabs. Enjoy the spamming. I'm gonna pull it over here. And we're gonna live update this spreadsheet. Hope you all enjoy data input streams, because this is now a data input stream for the next little bit. So Indiana Tech versus Davenport Red, going to 7 was the last thing that we put in here, and this was Indiana Tech with a sub. Yeah, I'm doing top 48. Also, thanks Hotshot. I am not caught up. I went to Boston for the major, for those that don't follow my every move. And, yeah. I missed a lot. Okay, so this was actually a February 11th result. So we've at least got February 11th results. In NACE, we have St. Clair and Cumberland. That was a February 10th result. Okay, so February 11th is at least the last time this was updated. So we got a little less ground to cover. Chippy. Yeah, I assume that's with reference to the result here, Bluey. Yeah, we know. And if you guys had lost, I probably wouldn't log it, honestly. But I'm still gonna log it, even with you guys playing with a sub, which I don't typically do. But I still think I think it's worth having. I don't know. So let's do Group A NECC. We'll just keep NECC going. We got like a couple of results to put in. All right, OC Esports 4-0 Ole Miss. Fisher, nope. Fisher Navy 4-0 KSU. Nope. Oh, this autofill's gonna kill me. Then we got DU Red 04 Akron Golds. Manual data entry. Yeah, this is what I do. Normally I do it when I wake up in the morning. Like I'll have my cup of coffee and like do this, but I've worked so many mornings at the coffee shop that I've just not been able to. All right, St. Clair. 4-2, BPCU. A little rhyming action. Concord 4-3, Leslie. Oh my god, it still rhymes. Northwood 4-2, Carthage, Firebirds Red. Doesn't quite rhyme. It's alright though. Alright. NECC. Division 2. I assume we've got... This is all Division 1. This was also Nace. Oh, this is also Nace. Oh, dear me. Dearie me. This is NECC. Okay, so SDSU and A&M we do have on here. When was that? Okay, that was February 11th as well. Alright, cool. We're somewhat caught up. Oh, Oasis, dude. Same wavelength. We're noticing stuff in at the same time. Yeah, Bluey, I've looked into data parsing software to try and go through all the leagues, but like with everyone using a different tournament platform, it's such a pain to actually go in and program, especially with free software, because I'm not gonna pay for anything like that. Do we have fuel already in here? Alright. Actually, I'm gonna call them Fanshawe. We gotta put in there 4-1, Conestoga, Fanshawe, 4-1, RMU. Got Shawnee State, 4-1, Robert Morris. And that's all we get out of East A. Literally nothing happened in West Central B. We didn't miss anything in West Central A either. But we do need to put in round 3 of East B. UCU JV, 4-3, Florida Southern. Ooh, South Carolina, I can't remember my shorthand for them. I have not put the CRL results in yet. That's going to be the real pain in the area. Yeah. That's fun though. You guys get to see my process for doing that though. It shouldn't take too long, honestly. Okay, where's South Carolina? South Carolina. Full name. Daytona State beating UCF, not significant. KSUB 4-3 Florida. That one is significant. I might be fried. No. We're gonna be okay. We're gonna be okay. I've done it before. I did it last semester. Alright, ECAC. Do we have all these results from round 2? Cumberland Black beating, or sorry, Ball State Black beating Cumberland. Yes, okay, cool. Can I make a list of every league with links? Actually, yeah, I've got it right here. Well, you say every league. And that's honestly why I wanted to do this with all of you, because it makes putting the data in a lot more exciting when I have Twitch chat to look at. Yep, and this spreadsheet is available to the public. Do ! Discord, and then go to important links. And this is one of those important links. Alright, and that's ECAC done. Easy peasy. Now let's do some Nace. Oh, what you gonna cook up for me, Bluey? Yeah, anyone that wants to contribute to data logging like this, you are welcome to join in the fun. And Nace is done. Am I streaming at Tri-Cities? I will not be at Tri-Cities, unfortunately. My duties at the coffee shop have kept me home. I will be casting at the, casting remotely for the Midwest Battleground LAN. It's being hosted up in Illinois. So, I'm looking forward to that. That'll be a remote gig for me. I don't know exactly the teams that'll be there quite yet, but I'll be casting that one. Play with a different player for any CC. Oh, that's good to know, Reekers. Good to know. Our highest player is a sub, and he just plays CRL. Oh, okay. Well, honestly, still good results for you guys. So I'll keep that in mind when logging results and taking the NECC series into context. But you are Fuel, right? I gotta get acclimated with these new pop-up teams. Yeah. So the roster is McLean, you, and your Peepaw. Oh man. The cough is the worst part of this stupid laryngitis thing. Got your Peepaw playing. That's funny. Peepaw is 1,500. All right, good to know. All right, and now here we go. I'll do SEL and NEL a bit later. Those results are less pertinent. Okay, so how I like to log these is starting from the very end of the tournament and working my way back. Because that way, I'll usually end. I don't like to have a ton of best of threes. If there's a big upset, I'll log a best of three, but other than that, I don't typically tend to include them. But like Fisher, Akron Gold in a best of three, I will log that. Akron Gold beating Ball State in a best of three, I will log that. And then if a team has like a bad loss in a best of three, like Cleveland State losing to Virginia Tech B, I will log that. But all right, let's go backwards. Start in the upper bracket. Maryville, 3-1. Columbia College. Maryville, 3-0. KSU. Columbia, 3-1. BPCU. And now we get into the the best of threes, unfortunately. Like Maryville beating Florida in best of three, I don't care to include that. Same with Penn State losing to KSU. I'm not going to include that either. BPCU 2-0 Ball State, I will include, however. And then Columbia 2-1 over Fisher. Yeah. Now, any of these worth including? I feel like T-Grace. T-Grace was into Bruton Parker. Penn State beating Akron Golds in a best of three, I will include. And then Florida over CSU, I will also include. All right, and that's the upper bracket. See, we just have to do that 7 more times. Fisher, 3-0, Columbia. Fisher, 3-0, BPCU. Fisher, man, they went on a tear. This bracket, absolutely absurd. Penn State beating Florida. That one I will include because it was later on in the tournament. And also an upset win for Penn State. Any more significant results? Florida over Florida Southern. I'll include that. I think it's a decent win for Florida's resume. I don't want to deprive them of that. Penn State 2-0ing T-Grace I will include as well, because that's important when looking at T-Grace and how to rank them. And then Cleveland State losing to Virginia Tech B. That's an unranked loss that needs to be on the resume. And then anything other than that, not really pertinent. And that's pool 1. So, see, it's not going to take too long to put in all this data. Because that was what, like 2 minutes? So we should have like an hour for really putting this ranking. Alright. Oh man, I see people popping into the spreadsheet, watching this live. Shout out. Alright, Cumberland beat Akron. Akron beat Concord. Cumberland 3-0'd Baylor. Concord 2-0 Wichita State. Akron 2-0'd UTK Retirement Home. Just because I need to keep track of the UTK Retirement Home resume, because some people are ranking them in colleague polls. Hopefully not again this weekend. We'll see. Cumberland 2-0 Leslie. Any more significant best of 3 results here? Yeah, ETSU. Unfortunately. Any more? Leslie over UTD. Not really that pertinent. Concord 3-0 Akron. Concord 3-1 Wichita State. Concord 3-0 Leslie. It's just a lot of typing, honestly. These Baylor losses. Ooh. I probably should include the Baylor and Boise State series because of the ping situation, which really sucks for Wichita State, that not being included. Other significant ones. GMUB beating East Tennessee State, yeah. Oh, Albright's run actually should be documented here, because this will probably knock them out of the rankings for a bit. Like losing to Michigan State's C team. Like, if we're comparing C teams, Michigan State's C team is probably one of the better ones, but Albright should still not be losing to them. Alright. Anything else? If any of you notice that I missed something, feel free to shout it out, but that'll do it for Pool 2 for now. Northwood 3-0 West Virginia. Boise State's probably not going to document. We'll see. I hope they play this weekend. I know some schools might have some availability issues with it being on Saturday. We'll see who we get. A significant best of 3s. Pool 3 was a pretty tame pool. Don't think we'll have too many big upsets to document. St. Clair's run here was pretty impressive. Like, watching them in that West Virginia series, they were looking so clean. You see JV's run as well, definitely worth documenting. South Carolina going out early here to Conestoga, significant. Best of 3, yes, but still significant. York losing to Mount Union. I guess I was wrong. I guess we did have some significant best of 3s. Shawnee State losing to Houston. I don't know how much longer I'm going to keep documenting Shawnee State. Is Ole Miss over Conestoga and uppers? Not in a best of 3. I think that's completely expected. Not a knock on either team. Kaiser losing to Houston. All right. We're good there. Final pool. Final pool. Winthrop 3-0 OC. Winthrop 3-2 Indiana Tech. OC 3-0 Fisher. Fisher Navy. That one's borderline significant. I think best of 3s. Best of 5s I definitely include. Best of 3s though, that's where I start to look at, but it's really worth looking at. OC Esports over Lubbock Christian though is worth including. Fisher Navy 2-0 Fanshawe. Indiana Tech 2-0 GMU. Maryland 2-1 over Carthage. Like George Mason over Bruton Parker JV. Meh. Fanshawe over St. Clair though. Fisher Navy over Winthrop Academy. That is significant. Now we can look at the lower brackets. You were playing like LeBron against Winthrop, Bluey? Dude, that's too bad. If you guys had beaten Winthrop, that would have been insane redemption from your opens last semester. The fact that you guys lost to Winthrop and St. Clair, and like both in game 5s, says a lot about where you're at. Fanshawe 2 over Lubbock Christian. I think it's worth noting the BPCU JV win as well, since it's a team that's trying to crack into the top 48. LCU 2 over Northeastern. I'm going to put it just because I'm putting the series in right before that. Putting Carthage in there. Maryland 2 over Indiana. St. Clair 2 over George Mason. Rest in peace for that, honestly. Winthrop Academy 2-0 over St. Clair 2-0 over Winthrop Academy. You're up 2-1 and had game 4 OT versus Winthrop. Oh, dude. That's pain. Any more best of 3s to look at? I don't think so. Indiana losing to Lubbock Christian? I might include that. All right. We've got all of our CRL series documented. Oh man, the cough's getting bad. I've been talking too much. So that is, excuse me, 68 significant CRL results. Like at LCU losing lowers? Yes. Or wait. Yes, yeah, I did. Losing to Fanshawe. So now with that, we have to kind of figure out which teams we want to put now into the significant teams range. Northeastern, Fanshawe will definitely be there. Crazy resume already, just like straight up just popping up. Who are some other pop-up teams that aren't already included? UTK retirement home. They did beat ETSU, but not much further than that. Penn State is a team to include. Might just be Penn State's. I don't think Mount Union or Houston are really top 48 teams. Yeah. Here's Penn State. So we're losing Bacchus mod now. Yeah. We had a whole segment on that in last week's podcast. Just another, like, they better have an alternative, especially for overlays on streams, and for, I mean, the auto upload feature was exactly what allowed for such access to replays. Like, you can still upload, but it's such a pain to like go in, get the files, upload. No one's gonna be doing that. It's good for ball chasing's server costs. Those will definitely go way down, but yeah, unfortunate. Also, I never transitioned over. I was just scrolling through my rankings, or my results page. Okay, so CRL is done. I'm going to go find the skill issue and the Texas LAN as well. Input that. Give me a second to find those links. You won your first PCL Rocket League match, Kev Dog? Good stuff, dude. Who had the unfortunate experience of getting matched up against Kev Dog? Texas Collegiate Invitational. Cleveland State. Okay. It's actually a pretty solid win. Alright, I think that's as far as I'm gonna go with the LAN. Oh, this is Counter-Strike? Oh. Okay, so you got your first PCL RL win against Kennesaw State B. Hey. Good stuff. And skill issue. No real crazy results that'll shape this, but I do want to include it for the sake of resumes. All right, I think that's all that's really worth including. Actually, SEOU over Oklahoma could be significant. We'll add it just in case. All right, lands are included. Now, let's get down to the hard part. It's gonna be tough to use my brain. This might be a whack ranking. I'm not completely there. Got this little stupid head cold thing. We'll see what happens, but let's check out the resumes. Anything that stands out? Northwood being 6-0 definitely does stand out. Maryville, Winthrop, no surprise. They took care of their business. Ball State 1-3. Oof, that one hurts the soul. Baylor, West Virginia, they took their licks, but they got in. Fisher 7-1, shout out. Davenport 2-4. Perennial gatekeepers. Look at that. Versus the top 16, 0-2. Or well, versus top 8, 0-2. They haven't played anyone in the 9-16 range. But that loss to Leslie does hurt. Oh, I gotta put in the Hawaii land. Oh man. Where's the bracket for that? Hawaii Esports Invitational. That's right. There wasn't an easy bracket to find. So annoying. Like I know Boise went undefeated in groups, and then it was Baylor, then Boise. No, it was Baylor, then Michigan State, then Syracuse. Like I know who beat who. But I don't know the series scores, and I don't know where a bracket is for this. And I don't want to scrub through the VOD. Yeah, I mean, it's definitely in the VOD, Albedo, but they don't show any, like, series graphics from what I can see. Like, they show the standings, and, like, I know who beat who. I mean, if any of you want to shoot me those results, then you'll be shouted out for sure. I do BSU for them. I do Boise. Okay. For now, though, I'm going to do just like 3-0s. Actually, I can just do that. Show that. Final was 4-2 Baylor over Boise. Shout out NDRL fan. Always willing to contribute when Baylor's in the convo. Oh, shoot. Actually going off. Sweet. Okay. Baylor 3-0. Oh, shoot. Not putting in exact results, but it'll do. All right. Final was Baylor over Boise 4-2. Baylor 4-0 Michigan State in semis. Does that mean Boise beat Syracuse in semis? I don't know exactly what the format was for the bracket. Why are we Excel maxing? This is the only way to do it, Speed. Okay, so Boise for something over Syracuse. Kazi, I think you're onto something. Okay. We've got that, so it'll at least populate the results table. So we've got let's see, where's Boise? We've got their resume reflecting 4-3. Is that right? We got their win over Baylor. Lost to Michigan State is in there. I'm sure it did go incorrectly. Yeah. I guess Michigan State and Syracuse are in the 17 to 32 range. Oh no, Syracuse is in 16. Okay, yeah, it's right. All right. So we've got ourselves a fun-looking table. I love it when it's filled in like this. The colors make my brain happy. George Mason, 0-2 in significant series so far, playing St. Clair and it was their other one, because they haven't had a ton of significant results quite yet. And Indiana Tech. So, all right. Oh, now comes the hard part. I can turn my brain off a little bit for the data input, but this is where it gets difficult. Except at the top, this is easy. Maryville number 1, Winthrop should be number 2 still as well. Let me make a duplicate sheet. Boise and Syracuse play each other in PEC. Oh man, I didn't look at PEC this week either. Who won that Boise and Syracuse series, Andy? I assume Boise? Actually, I saw a meme that Boise posted, so I know they beat Syracuse. Was it a 3-2? Oh, it was 4-3? Do they play? I guess they do play best of 7s. All right, let me put that in there. Good shout. See, this is why I do this live. Oh, it was 3-2? Okay, thank you. Thank you for checking that. I would have checked it later, but for now, doing this live. Man, Syracuse's resume is going to tank now. Oof, 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 oof. Started off by beating Michigan State. And they got that win over Akron Gold in the show match, but I didn't log that. What did I go to school for? I was a marketing student, risky. I started in comp sci, but I didn't enjoy that as much as I thought I would. So I transitioned to the business school. I do love me some Excel though. Or Sheets. All right. Now I'm going to pull up all those tabs that I just had up. CRL especially. That's going to be the biggest driving factor of this past week of action. Past week and a half now. So Maryville is an easy 1. Winthrop is an easy 2. Both took care of business. West Virginia, though, they lost to Northwood. I thought for sure West Virginia was a lock as a top 3 team. St. Clair had a bad loss as well. Ball State had a bad loss. Concord also lost. And then Baylor was dealing with their high ping situation. And also lost to Boise, for the record. Curious to see where I put Cumberland and St. Clair Gold after CRL. Cumberland is going way up. They have done a lot to boost their standing. All right. I think Northwood, for that performance and the fact that we haven't seen a ton of them this semester, like there's no reason to doubt them after they run through UTD JV, St. Clair Gold, Davenport, and West Virginia, and they only drop a single game. I think it's reasonable to put them at 3, being 6-0. They're undefeated in NECC as well. I think it's reasonable to put them at 3 right now. West Virginia, I still think is a top 4 team. Baylor, I think I'd still have rounding out the top 5. It's close with Concord. Neither one of them really have any knocks on their resume. Concord lost to St. Clair. That is worth noting. Baylor losing to West Virginia. That's their one top 8 loss. I think that's enough to keep Baylor over Concord. St. Clair, rough loss. Fisher? Who was Fisher's loss in CRL? Columbia in 3. Columbia's another team that I think could jump way up for the form that they showed in CRL. So I think I'm going to sort teams by who had good CRL runs and who did not live with potential, because the Ball State teams probably be down here. Cumberland up. Akron, probably about the middle. Oklahoma Christian up here. St. Clair, again, probably at the middle. Boise State only lost to Baylor. I think that's worth putting towards the top. This is a rough list right now. Cumberland number 7 for sure. I don't know if I can put them above Fisher. I don't think right now with what Fisher's done and what Cumberland's done, if I can put Cumberland above Fisher. Let's see. They've both got 1 loss in significant series already. Let's see who it was. Fisher lost. Oh, right. Columbia. Duh. And Cumberland did go up. Fisher did look so good, but Cumberland went cleanly through their bracket. Who's their 1 loss on the season? And what was it in? They lost to Ball State Black in ECAC. Oof, man, that's a tough one. Cumberland or Fisher? Because Columbia, that loss for Fisher is not bad at all. That's a toss-up for me. I'm gonna put Cumberland above Fisher for the clean run through uppers, but I'm gonna look back on that one. Boise had the Hawaii ping. Boise lost to Ball State Black. Yeah, I am not really taking the Boise and Baylor series from CRL into account. St. Clair shouldn't get bumped too far. That's true. That's true. I would probably have them and OC finishing out in the top 10. Columbia's got to come up. Indiana Tech, I think, can come up. Syracuse, unfortunately, is going to have to get bumped down. Baylor beat St. Clair and Nace. That was a 3-1, if I remember. Cumberland over Fisher is a good take for now. Yeah, Cumberland definitely looks like the hottest team in CRL. Well, Maryville's. When I make statements like that, I feel like we have to exempt Maryville from consideration from like the hottest team in CRL or the most trending upward team, because like they are so definitively number 1 at the moment. Like obviously they're going to be the top team. Oh yeah, Cleveland State is definitely getting. They might really drop. Like bottom of the top 48 type of drop. But all right. Boise State's looking good against Baylor and the rest of the PEC competition. I think that's worth something up here. Is there anyone else that could round out 11? It's really them. Man, I don't know what to do with this group. I think Davenport. Davenport's been losing a lot lately. Davenport is 0-2 against the top 8. No real shocker there. But then they've got a loss. 2 losses to the 17 to 32 range. They lost to Leslie. And they lost to St. Clair Gold. Oh, St. Clair Gold, another team that I want to bump way up. Probably up into this range. Bump them up. You were playing quals on a broken controller speed? Bro. How are you guys dominating that hard? Like, you guys made Columbia look flat. And you're playing on a broken controller. That's crazy. All right. Ball State. Ball State got a drop. They lose to... Where are they? Lose to Burton Parker. And they lose to Akron Gold. Unfortunately, just got a drop. All right, what if I just did this? What if I just make that my next 4 teams? Because Boise looks really good. They lost to Michigan State at the start of the semester, but that's their only blemish outside of like losing to Baylor in bracket play on lane after beating them in groups. Boise State 5-3. 2 losses to Baylor, 1 to Michigan State. The Michigan State one, I think you can forgive at this point. Because that was the start of the semester. That was their first, like, official match. Indiana Tech at 13. They're 3-3 right now. And Bluey, you're in chat. I don't know... I don't think you were in chat earlier, but is Velocity playing NECC now? Because you said he's playing the open qual, but is he playing NECC as well? Because I would like an answer on that if there is one. I know it's still kind of up in the air. But alright. Indiana Tech, I mean, their 2 losses in CRL were to St. Clair and to Winthrop, both in Game 5. They beat George Mason, they beat Fanshawe, and... Who else did they beat? Delaware Blue. Shout out. I feel like that's honestly a reasonable run here. What was Akron's bracket? They were with Concord. They beat Concord and then lose to Cumberland in 5 and then lose to Concord in the revenge match. They beat UTK Retirement Home, beat George Mason B. I mean, they didn't really have monumental wins outside of beating Concord, and they lost to the teams that kind of expect them to. Who are Akron's losses on the season? They lost in Game 5 to Cumberland and Nace, so another Cumberland loss. They've beaten Oklahoma Christian in ECAC. Worth noting. Yeah, I think having them at 12, honestly, is pretty reasonable. As far as you know, it's for CRL and Tri-Cities, B team for rest. Okay. Sounds good then. Was lag an issue for Boise in the first? Yeah. Boise and Baylor both were playing on 144 ping. So I'm not really considering their CRL Open 1 results. Now, if they have bad Open Qual 2 results, then we'll start to have that conversation, but not yet. Not yet. Ball State, they had a bad CRL Qual. Had them an 8th before this bracket. I feel like I can still keep them top 15. The other teams in this area are going to be Kennesaw State and Davenport. George Mason went out early, but it was after losses. Gotta find their bracket again. After losses to St. Clair to get eliminated, first of all, like, forgivable. And they lost to Indiana Tech. I think George Mason is probably about just fine where they are. Syracuse, unfortunately, is dropping. Ole Miss and Leslie and Akron Gold. ETSU also, unfortunately, is dropping. Surely Syracuse gets put above Ball State. Syracuse, they don't have anything really to justify a top ranking right now. Like, they haven't played against anyone outside of PEC competition, and they've only beaten Michigan State. Yeah, Davenport, I mean, they lost to Leslie, and they lost to St. Clair Gold. What did Ball State Black do? They lost to St. Clair Gold straight up. Okay, well that actually kind of helps this a little bit. Probably, oh. Don't think I have Davenport dropping below KSU. St. Clair Gold beat Ole Miss in 3. Ole Miss probably not going to drop too far either. Who'd they lose to in uppers? Davenport. Are you on here's a name? You will be. You will be. I'm ranking the teams that were in my rankings previously that are probably sticking around their previous ranking. Like right now, I think the top 24 is pretty definitive. So teams like Fanshawe, like, who else do we have jumping up there? Penn State. I think these are teams that will probably be around like this 28, 29, 30 area for now. Although it could be like mid-20s as well with ETSU tanking hard. Davenport Red probably dropping a little bit for the losses they've been taking. All right. I want to see Ball State Black's resume real quick. Three and 2 in significant matches. They've beaten Akron Gold. They've beaten Cumberland and ECAC. And they've beaten Bruton Parker. I think having them around 20 is justified. Oof. Seeing Syracuse that low looks wrong. But, like, when you look at who all they've played so far, they're 1-5 in their series against the likes of Michigan State, Boise, Baylor. Yeah, Michigan State, Boise, and Baylor. They're 1-5 against. They did beat Akron Gold in a show match, but I don't have that listed on their resume. Oh man, we got half an hour. Half an hour to finish this. Actually, a little bit less than that. Probably 20 minutes to finish this list. I gotta hustle up a little bit. All right. Bruton Parker should definitely be popping up. See who they won and lost against. Where are they? Hold, please. All right. So they beat Ball State, lost to Columbia, but did take a game. Then they beat Penn State and then lost to Fisher. Man, Nightbot's going crazy in chat right now. Catching up. LC looks solid at the Texas land. Yeah, I mean, they did take a couple games off Baylor. But I'm still not sold on them. Especially after their run in CRL. Where they lose to Fanshawe in a best-of-3. And, I mean, they beat Northeastern. They beat Indiana. They get swept by Oklahoma Christian. Like, LCU still hasn't done anything to really show me that they're better than, like, a mid-20s team. Like, taking games off of Baylor right now, I don't think is super significant. And then Akron Gold. They lose to... Who did they lose to? Another weird loss. They lost to Penn State. Okay. Lost to Penn State, but then beat Ball State. What an odd team, man. What an odd team. I don't even know what to do with them. There are too many good teams. Too many good teams. I have it 23 last week. Bruton Parker also beat Ball State. Didn't have a bad loss. What about that? I'll probably put LCU still above Akron Gold. Like, beating Ball State in a best-of-3 is a good result. But you've also got a loss in a best-of-3 that's a bit absurd. Oh, best-of-3s are so weird. Alright, and then we got to pull teams out that are definitely dropping. ETSU dropping a bit. Cleveland State dropping a lot. South Carolina, what was their run? Because they fell a bit short of expectations as well. Indiana lost to Maryland. It's a team that's probably dropping out. UTD dropping out. James Madison dropping out. York. Oof. York's tough. Because that was a bad CRL open for them. And they don't really play anything else. I think them and Brock are both PCL. But they haven't played any teams. Albright. Bad run as well. I'm not going to drop them out just yet, but, like, they're going to be down here with Cleveland State and probably York, too. KSUB, I think they've earned a nod. Conestoga, definitely up here. Gotta add Fanshawe in and Penn State into the list. So I think they could be up in here. Because Penn State got their wins over Akron Gold. They lost to Kennesaw. And they beat Florida, lose to Bruton Parker. How do I do this? Stick Penn State up there. Fanshawe. find their bracket. They beat St. Clair, but then lose to Fisher Navy. But then beat Lubbock Christian, and then lose to Indiana Tech. Man. Top 30. Davenport Red getting smoked by Akron Gold in the NECC. I'm afraid that might require me to drop them a touch. South Carolina as well. Carthage definitely dropping a bit. And now we're getting into the weird part. So let's look at teams that could potentially join this conversation. Penn State we got. Fanshawe we've got. Northeastern, they do have a win against the top 32. Let's put them in the conversation. Bruton Parker JV, they're looking good at NECC right now. They did beat Florida Southern this past week. But, like, the losses that they've taken, like 3 unranked losses, and they've lost to 6 other teams in the 33 through 48 range. Like, I don't know. That they could be like a number 48, but there are other teams right now that could be a bit more deserving. Northeastern, for example. All right, let's do a gut ranking. Start us off. ETSU, where does ETSU go? That's the question. Wichita State. Oh, I forgot about them. Shoot. Wichita State showed good form. They beat Baylor. Lagging Baylor, yes, but they beat UTK Retirement Home. They beat UTD. Took a game off of Concord. They beat Albright. I feel like beating a lagging Baylor in a best of 5 is still a pretty good win. I see your point about Akron Gold. It's tough to justify putting them up above, like, a Bruton Parker right now. They've got an unranked loss. They've got a loss in the top 32. Whereas Bruton Parker are pulling wins in this range. But they also have 5 losses in that top 32 range. This is a weird, like, triangle of results here. Because LCU, I don't feel like should drop. They did lose to Fanshawe, but they look good on land. LCU don't really have a big win, though. Akron Gold do. And then Penn State being there, like, they beat Akron Gold straight up. It was a best of 3. I think that'll get them in the conversation, but not quite up above them. Virginia Tech beat South Carolina and UNCC on land this weekend. I heard South Carolina's playing with a sub. Oh, UNCC was playing with their full roster. Yeah, I mean, UNCC, they're not exactly in the roster or the top 48 conversation at the moment. They got too many losses like that. What did Virginia Tech do? South Carolina lose to Conestoga. Conestoga should get bumped up. Do we already have that? No, not yet. Florida, probably still in this sort of range. Because now, pretty much everyone in like this sort of range has like 3 to 6 losses against teams also in this range. Maryland looks clean though. Foster check. Oh man. Oh, it was not good. Fisher Navy FF, you win? Is that for any CC? Reekers? That's why I said Navy, I just assumed. South Carolina, I'm going to drop. 36. About. Carthage, unfortunately, dropping as well. Daytona State up there. This is all gut ranking right now. We're gonna go back and look at this in a second. Brock hasn't done anything to drop really. James Madison, 3 unranked losses. That just isn't flying. Bruton Parker JV is also in that sort of range with the unranked losses. Just not cutting it. Cleveland State have their win over Bruton Parker, but that's actually it. I think I can keep them in the top 48, but they're on the edge right now. Carthage I still want to sort out. What about Florida Southern? Florida Southern, they've got their loss to Florida. They've lost to Bruton Parker JV in 7 as well. Oh, that's right. KSUB, what are they sitting at? When we're comparing a resume of Kennesaw State beat, they've got a loss to Conestoga. They beat UTD in a best of 3. They lost to South Carolina in 6 games in a best of 7. They beat Florida in 7. And they lost to Winthrop Academy in 7. And they lost to Indiana in 5. It's actually not a bad resume. I might stick him in there. I might stick him in the top 48. I'll take SEL into account with the rankings. Yeah, I do. I should actually peep over and see if we've got anything that would really shake this up. Because I didn't put those results in just yet. Anything crazy? Bruton Parker 3-0 over Florida Southern's pretty good. Daytona State 3-0 over James Madison. Went to 5 with ETSU, beat ETDJV, 5 with Cumberland as well. Your second team isn't playing CRL Qual 2? Oh, okay. Well, that's news. No Ball State Black in the second qual. That's unfortunate. Had some high hopes for that team. Yeah, spring break's tough to compete against. Davenport Red. Did they play in the CRL Open Qual? No, they didn't. That's right. They were competing in a different LAN. Solace, I think Thursday is when it's going to be released. Because the one that was on Sunday was released on Friday. I think the bracket should be out on Thursday. But, alright. These teams, I'm scrubbing from the top 48, unfortunately. Cleveland State. Their one good win is over a Bruton Parker team that was slumping at the start of the season. Like that. And who else did CSU beat? Lost to Florida, lost to Virginia Tech B. Lost to Northwood. Lost to Florida as well. Yeah, okay. I want to keep them in the top 48. What's up, Colette? I'm doing all right. Recovering from lands for sure. All right. How does that look? I've got 2 minutes before I have to set up for the Mount Aloysius and WCTC series, so we might have to leave this ranking in rough draft form. I'll have to polish it up tonight. Northeastern I'll put in there. Indiana. What's Indiana done? Lost to Maryland. Lost to LCU. Beat Conestoga in 5. Okay. Beat KSUB in 5. Lost to Daytona State. Lost to Akron Gold. I think we can keep them narrowly top 48. Okay. Albright and York. Outside looking in right now. Need more results from them. Here's my rough draft. I'm pretty happy with that for sure. Pretty happy with this. And the rest, I'll have to touch up afterwards. Because we got a show match coming up in 10 minutes, everybody. Mount Aloysius versus WCTC. I am freezing in my room right now. Winter has come back to the south after leaving for probably the 10th time. Left and come back so much. But alright. That's my ranking. Thank you all for watching my my live top 48. We will now be transitioning to show match mode. So I'll see you all in just a little bit, okay? Stick around. I'm back. Oddfellows casting with me as well. Triumphant return. I'll see y'all in a bit. Hey, welcome back to the Night Lights stream. I got the boring part out of the way. We've done our rankings. That's what you see next to WCTC's logo right now, number 33 in my top 48. Rough draft. We'll see where they shake out at the end, and it might depend on this show match a little bit. But making a triumphant return to his show match and just casting in general, Mr. Oddfellow, how you doing, my friend?
I'm doing so good, Bepic. I'm so glad to be back on the mic, man. It's been over a year since I casted anything other than a thing I did this weekend. So very, very excited to be back. This is my first foray into collegiate Rocket League in a very, very, very long time. And I'm very excited for this matchup.
Yeah, this is going to be a fun one, I think. Battle of the exact same colored logos, pretty much, and lesser-known schools when it comes to the greater collegiate athletics scene. Mount Aloysius and WCTC. It's Waukesha County Technical College, for those keeping track at home. And WCTC made a name for themselves last semester, made a couple of runs into the top 32 of the rankings, were in and out at times, and lost, I think, arguably their best on-ball player in Geo, but I replaced him with a guy that Ty and Neeks have a lot of chemistry with in Dimitri, so I'm very eager to see how they perform against Mount Aloysius tonight, because this is another kind of unknown roster. Mount Aloysius, Skippy with some RLCS experience, Pig B, a high school Rocket League standout, and then Locke, a complete unknown for me. So we're learning as we go here, Oddfellow.
Yeah, absolutely. And I promise I'm not biased. I'm wearing a shirt that says Pennsylvania, but there's no bias there at all. I just happen to be from the state. But these Pennsylvania teams, man, like they tend to be pretty good. I don't know what to put in the water up there, but there are a lot of very strong players that come out of Pennsylvania. So it'll be very interesting to see how Mount Aloysius is able to contend with the experience on the Waukesha side of things. To your point, having a new player in Dimitri for Ty and Neeks, it's going to be very, I'm going to say the word interesting again, to see how that chemistry kind of plays into how they go about their matches this season.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, Dimitri and Ty have placed like top 33 in RLCS quals, and he and Neeks, Dimitri and Neeks rather, have been playing together for several years now, and that's kind of what Ty has used to convince me that this WCTC team should be sticking around the top 32 in the rankings. So until he's proven otherwise, I'll give him the benefit of the doubt. But Mount Aloysius, that's a dangerous team. The Skippy and Pig B attack was super fun to watch last semester, and so we're gonna get to see it live on the Tuesday Night Lights stage here. Got an official NECC match after this, of course, Florida and Winthrop Academy, but this one still matters. Full best of 7 for both sets, and away we go.
Gonna have Skippy on the ball immediately with a great 50 with Neeks, as we're gonna see Ty just trying to control this one off the wall. That's a fantastic bump onto Pigby though, as it's gonna be Mount Aloysius trying to play defense here immediately. Dimitri trying to get through the demo off onto Skippy, but unfortunately not able to do so. Pigby playing this one towards the net here, not quite able to get it, as that's a double defense coming in from Ty and Dimitri. So I love these first 30 to 60 seconds of the match, because there's so much flying around trying to figure each other out. Not really seeing too much game plan coming together yet, because you're just trying to figure out what each other team is doing and the pace of play that you're going to be playing at.
Yeah, it's a pretty pacey start indeed for this best of 7. Exactly kind of what I would expect. I mean, we've got a lot of on-ball ability in this lobby, and so I'd expect a lot of craftiness when it comes to setting plays up. And here Pig B goes. Great catch at the midfield line. Flicks it over Ty, and Neeks will get back in time to make sure that Pig B doesn't beat everybody right there, but that is a ton of space gained. And one of the guys on that Mount Aloysius roster that you'd expect to be a big-time space creator in Pig Beast. So, has to play some defense now, but pretty good counterattack previously, and now some good goal line defense as well.
And here comes Locke trying to clear this away, get the offense going here for Mount Aloysius, as it immediately gets cleared away by Neeks. Pigby, though, collecting this one here. This midfield line is going to be the deciding point, in my opinion, for this entire series. Who's going to be able to keep the ball on each side of the pitch? Is Skippy once again getting a clear here. Skippy coming in again, getting a pass out to Pigby, but getting demoed for his troubles there is Pigby, as Neeks coming in once again with the save. I'm loving the defense that I'm seeing from Neeks specifically. He's playing so patient and just immediately getting on the ball, reacting very quickly, as Skippy not quite able to collect that one. Pigby now off the left wing corner. getting some really nice control here. Gets a flick over the top of Neeks, trying to get the touch onto Dimitri. He's able to do so. Pigby puts the first points on the board for Mount Aloysius.
Couldn't do it earlier, but Pig B is certainly capable of 1v3ing, and we kind of saw it right there. Ty was rotating back, so I guess not part of a 1v3 per se, but Pig B got that ball in defense and did not look back. Great opener for Mount Aloysius, and they did reply to my last posting in my top 48, and I think they were a little hard done by not being included, and so far, I think they've got all the rights to be included. So, great start for the Mounties here, but let's see what they can add to it, because this is a long set.
Pigby getting a drop down. Skippy not able to get the double tap, unfortunately. That's a fantastic bump from Neeks, though, trying to get some offense going here for WCTC as they're not quite able to do so. Dimitri still keeping it in the right wing corner here, getting the wall dash, trying to stay in the play. Neeks not quite able to get a touch. More demos coming in from Skippy onto Neeks, but Ty dropping it down from the ceiling. Pigby playing very patiently on the back wall here, keeping Dimitri from being able to do anything fancy as Neeks not able to get that follow-up. The offense coming in strong here from Waukesha. Dimitri gets the shot on, but it is saved away by Skippy.
Great defensive stand on that goal line of Mount Aloysius. They're getting some hairline saves right now, despite this fantastic pressure play from WCTC. Now Pig B gets the ball with plenty of boost in the corner, and we've seen what he can do with a half a take of boost. How about with a couple of teammates to help out that counterattack? It's Locke that gets the honors of turning the ball in, but Pig B setting things up and allowing his teammates to do the rest.
Tell you what, Bep, you had to know this was going to happen. That amount of offensive pressure from Waukesha was eventually going to catch up to them. Mount Aloysius just catching them slightly off guard in their rotations. The rotations were clean, but unfortunately for them, Mount Aloysius just got it going much faster than they were able to get it going, as there's a lot of bumps and demos coming in at the midfield here. There's a shot opportunity for Waukesha, but not able to do so. Neeks playing this one back into the right wing corner. Ty not able to get a follow on. Very nice clear out from Skippy, but Dimitri all the way up already, playing it right back onto the wall. Locke waiting patiently in the corner, passing it right back to Pigby. Skippy carrying this one over the top of one. Gets bumped just off by Ty, trying to catch back up to it, but not enough boost. I love the aerial patience that I'm seeing from these players here.
Oh, yeah, they're from Neeks. That was really clean. A slow flip reset, but it gets rid of the first oncoming Mountie there and allows him to do a little bit more down the sideline. But that's as far as WCTC's attack goes. And now they're under the gun on their goal line. Locke with a changeup shot will plant that ball just short of being on target, but still, the Mounties' attack looks so potent right now. They're doing all the right things, pressing all the right buttons in that WCTC end, and Pig B demoing Neeks for good measure. That's an insult to injury. And now Ty's missed, maybe a fake for Neeks, but it didn't seem like he knew how far behind play Neeks was. And so WCTC will hold on to the ball and actually nearly get an opener, but Neeks is just high on the shot, and so the Mounties keep that clean sheet intact.
Waukesha trying to convert here, but unfortunately the goalpost being that fourth defender. The offensive pressure is so strong for Waukesha at this point with 32 seconds left. They are running out of time. They need to get a goal here if they want to get something going here in this game one, but Skippy getting a demo, trying to carry it away. Just enough boost to get back to it as well. Gets it past Ty, trying to fake out Neeks, but unfortunately not able to do so. Great pass from Dimitri. Here comes Neeks, trying to finish this up. Not able to get, oh, is he able to get it through? No, he's not. And it gets saved away by Pigby as well. What a defensive stand there, as that was almost the first goal of the game for Waukesha.
That was insane. I don't know how WCTC haven't scored a single goal in this game. And there, Pig B will put the cherry on top of a very nice looking game one. Mount Aloysius 2-0 off the back of a great counterattack game, but an even better goal line defense. I can't wait to see their save numbers. 8 on 11 shots from WCTC. That was something else.
That was just so much offensive pressure from Waukesha, but the defense from Pigby specifically, and Skippy as well, but really Pigby coming up with those clutch saves really makes the difference there. I think the big thing that I noticed that entire game was that it was Mount Aloysius' transition from defense to offense and then offense back to defense that just seemed cleaner than Waukesha, right? I was talking earlier about Waukesha's rotations. They were very tight, but there was a lot of confusion, it seemed like. They weren't really aware of where each other were at all times. They were just kind of rotating generally, not with a purpose. Whereas it looked like Mount Aloysius had an intention behind everything that they were doing, and it really paid off for them in game 1.
It did a lot to conserve boost as well. I think a lot of the credits when it comes to talking about their goal line stands comes with looking at the boost game. They felt like they always had half to full boost tanks on their goal line. So did well to defend against that part of the game, the boost steals and whatnot. We'll see if they can continue it going into game 2 now, as WCTC were close but not quite there enough in offense to score in the first 5 minutes of this series. But like we always say, it's a bit of a marathon in the night light setting, and so WCTC know that, but this marathon is starting uphill.
And Skippy just barely slides this one in, got demoed for his trouble, but got a fantastic touch. Or sorry, he got a demo. My apologies, I misread the scoreboard there. Just fantastic control from Skippy to get the demo, still maintain control of the ball, and put it just out of reach of the defenders. It's just a fantastic solo play there from Skippy, and that's exactly what Mount Aloysius need from him going into this game 2. That's a double demo, though, onto 2 players from Waukesha to start things off here.
Yeah, it allows them a heavy hit into enemy territory, but WCTC do read it nicely, and now they are given a little bit of room to work with in offense, but not a whole lot. And now Big B's been taken out, taste of his own medicine, but Neeks was kind of in a 2v1 right there. It did well to prevent an easy counterattack goal for Mount Aloysius, but nothing is being given without a fight on that blue end. Pass out leads to a 3-man passing play. It's a little bit labored. Mount Aloysius still on the goal line. Locke's got 100 boost, and looking to clear the ball away is denied exit by Dimitri.
Ty just barely not able to get that one, but he is able to get just a touch pass out to Dimitri. Skippy plays it out to Locke, waiting on the sidewall, immediately saved away by Neeks, but Ty getting demoed by Locke for his troubles. Dimitri trying to clear this one away, but Locke immediately waiting for it. Skippy up instantly, trying for the double tap.
Bro.
Redirect here, gets redirect. Oh, what a shot from Skippy!
Yeah, that even elicits a nice shot from Neeks. And this is what you expect from a guy that's got that RLCS talent. Skippy pulling a goal out of thin air. Sidewall skim to make it 2-0. And Mount Aloysius keep the press on. 4 unanswered to open up this series. And WCTC, I mean, that one you can give up with a smile. The rest, I mean, they've got to figure out a way to stop. Because if Skippy's doing that this early on in the series, Mount Aloysius are very clearly warmed up.
The biggest thing that Waukesha has to do here in this game is they have got to convert this offensive pressure, right? They're continuing to get extremely strong pressure, but it's not going anywhere. Dimitri getting a demo onto Skippy, trying to help things out as Neeks gets his dribble taken away from him. Here comes Skippy fresh off the refresh. What a wall dash to get up there and continue to play that offensive pressure. Dimitri slowly trying to maintain some control of this, trying to fake out Pigby here, not quite able to get it past him, but Neeks coming flying in, getting a very soft touch, but Skippy immediately waiting for it. This is just so back and forth here, Bepic, as it's going to drop down in front. Neeks not able to convert, not enough boost. That was another chance for Waukesha.
Yeah, that was one he definitely should have converted on. He looked uncertain as to whether that ball was going to drop straight down or take a hop out, and with no boost, that bit of uncertainty meant that he couldn't catch up to the ball when it did go straight down. So WCTC getting in their own way right there, and Mount Aloysius are afforded now a counterattack and a double commit to punish. Dimitri with no boost can't get all of that ball, and so Locke puts a 3rd in. Mount Aloysius are running away with game 2.
And what were you talking about during the break? It was boost management, and right now all of the boost belongs to Mount Aloysius. They are just not allowing anything to be in the tanks here for Waukesha, and it is really, really starting to hurt them, as that's going to be a double kickoff there from Waukesha. Dimitri is just barely able to get the save off of Skippy's attempt there, but I mean, Waukesha's got to be able to figure out how to get some boost here if they want to get their offense going.
Yeah, I mean, what you said earlier, well, you said it was rotating without purpose. It feels like in offense, they're kind of hitting the ball without a ton of purpose, and then when they do have purpose behind the play, it's just not connecting. The passes aren't clean, and if they are, they're being intercepted by Mount Aloysius. Then they're a bit too slow to develop, if that's the case. And so with the Mounties playing like this, WCTC need to upgrade in offense, because we are seeing the product of a fully upgraded offense, and it is 4 goals strong in game 2.
And this is another instance of low boost really coming back to bite Waukesha, as Neeks just did not have the speed to be able to catch up to Pigby, and he's able to just get a very soft, easy carry right into the goal from the sidewall. So this is just looking all Mount Aloysius here in game 2 as Pigby gets the kickoff, demoed for his troubles, but unfortunately nobody there to follow up. Skippy immediately with the challenge, and between the boost and Skippy challenging at Mach 0, oh my goodness, Locke. And here's the dude that you said you had no knowledge of.
Yeah, I didn't know what to expect from Locke, but I'm quickly learning what this guy can do. Looking like a definite upgrade over Snizzy from last semester. And that's no shade to Snizzy. Locke is just playing that well right now. And so, Mount Aloysius, I mean, this was what I was hoping I would see from them. Because with the roster move last semester, I mean, they were a borderline top 48 team with some of the losses that they were taking. And here, with the roster change, I was waiting for a resume-building performance where they can at least pass the eye test against a team that I know is solid, though not playing their A game tonight, it seems, our WCTC. But Mount Aloysius do seem to be playing something resembling an A game. It's fun to watch. It's clean Rocket League, and it's resulting in a so far perfect sweep. And they still have a long way to go to confirm that perfect sweep. But man, they are quickly jumping themselves up in the rankings.
Skippy trying once again to get a reset, but Ty reading that one immediately. And again, just not a lot of boost on this Waukesha side here. Dimitri getting 50 by 2 different Mounties there. Locke not able to get it past Neeks, who's just constantly on that backboard, but just it is bend and then break for this defense from Waukesha. There's only so much that they can do against this crushing offense, and Ty finally putting one on the board for Waukesha.
It's got to feel good just to see one go in at this point. For all the close opportunities in Game 1 and the self-inflicted wounds then and until now, pretty much, WCTC will finally get one to go. And I'm not believing in a comeback, and I probably won't for the rest of this game. But hey, it's something to build off of, and potentially a second, if not for Skippy's quick reaction right there.
And you said it right there. The quick reaction from Skippy, honestly, is one of the big difference makers here in this game. Waukesha is just not able to get anything done because Skippy is just on top of every single play that they're trying to do. So they really have to try and dig into their bag of tricks and figure something out that's just not able to be read or more difficult to read than Skippy's able to do, which with somebody with his experience is going to be hard to find.
Well, 10 seconds of a victory lap now for Mount Aloysius until we have Game 2's result confirmed, and WCDC are still trying to create, but again, they've got 3 orange cars in their face, and Pig B won't even keep the ball up a second longer. It's all business for Mount Aloysius tonight. 2 games the better over a team that I had at 33 coming into this series. Still might. There's still time to turn it around, but man, the scoreboard is very one-sided.
And once again, 10 shots on board there for the Mounties. Just Waukesha not quite able to get that same offensive pressure going that they were in Game 1. And it seems like the Mounties figured out what Waukesha was doing offensively, but Waukesha's not been able to figure out what Mount Aloysius is doing offensively, which all it is as fast as humanly possible, get on the ball and get out. And just try and own every single boost pad on the pitch. That's the big difference maker here. Waukesha just has to figure out how to boost manage a little bit better going into this Game 3, because if they don't have boost, they're not able to make any of these saves.
Yeah, and on the ball as well, there's a pretty stark difference because, I mean, the flicks are all powerful. The cuts are clean on the Mount Aloysius side, whereas WCTC aren't connecting passes. They're getting weak touches that aren't quite on the nose of their teammates, and that's a pretty big difference when you're looking at 2 potentially potent offenses where one is performing to what you might expect, and the other is definitely not. So, Coach Ryan in the lobby right now for WTC. Oh man, there's always one moment in the lobby when you're casting the Waukesha boys where you do that, and that was it. So I'm glad I got out of the way while they're losing, because hopefully we'll stay in their name a bit more as the series goes on. But for now, Coach Ryan's got his work cut out for him.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think the biggest thing here is just keeping the mental under control, right? You go down 2 games like that and you really start kind of getting in your own head. Yeah, that was a fantastic demo. You start getting in your own head, and so you have to figure out then how to get out of it, right? And just remember, at the end of the day, you're playing car soccer, right? And just play your best game no matter what the scoreboard is, no matter what the match series is at, and just do the best that you can. And that's all Waukesha can do here at this point, as they're really still continuing to play great defense, as Pigby unfortunately getting another demo onto Ty. Neeks not able to get that touch, but a great clear away from Dimitri.
Great interception, though, by Skippy. Was prepared for that ball to go center, collects with a flip reset, and keeps the ball high out of WCTC hands. Now, Locke doesn't get a great first touch, so that invites Dimitri into the play, and he will bump Skippy, play the ball out to the side, and that should lead WCTC playing a bit of offense. But how long that offense is remains to be seen. Dimitri back on the ball, though. We'll center it. And there's no one there to field. Ty looking for that ball off the sidewall. Big Pig B wins the race to it. So Mount Aloysius get back on defense without too much hassle.
Ty with a demo onto Locke, and Ty trying to keep the offense going here for Waukesha. Neeks with a shot, but Skippy coming in out of nowhere to save that one away. Pigby clearing this one out. Locke waiting for it. Ty trying to collect. Locke very close right behind him to try and keep the pressure on here for Mount Aloysius. That's going to be another demo from Neeks onto Pigby on the backside, though. Ty with the pass out, but Locke staying locked in the entire time on that defensive pressure. Fantastic save there from Locke.
Now trying to make something happen in offense, but it's shut down by Neeks, who on low boost does a lot with that play at the midfield line. That'll buy time for Dimitri and Ty to fuel up and be challengers on this Skippy solo play, and that works out, except for Skippy descending, still making his presence known at the midfield line. That's something really only Skippy can do right there, getting just a little bit extra on the ball, feathering that boost perfectly. When you think his turn on the ball is over, think again. And it results in Mount Aloysius vying for possession just a little bit more, but WCTC do still escape with the ball, and they can look to still open this game up. They haven't conceded yet. That's a big, big improvement from Game 2. They kept themselves in a close match.
And one thing that we were talking about earlier was these passes, right? It looks like Waukesha is trying to set them up, but nobody's in position for it. So I don't know if there's a lack of communication happening or if they're just not communicating well, right? Because it looks like these are being set up as that's a fantastic save from Dimitri from the shot from Skippy, but Waukesha has just got to get some of this offensive pressure to convert or we're going to be staring down the barrel of the sweep here.
Off the side wall, Pig B's been great in transition in this series, but there, runs ahead and still remains to be great in this series in transition. Set the ball up and then went for a demo after beating Dimitri, taking out the second man, and poor Ty just couldn't get back for the read. In fact, almost played it into Pig B at the crossbar. That's how covered up that blue net was. Mount Aloysius continue to demonstrate really impressive counterattacks. They're so creative on the ball, and it's showing up big time on the scoreboard.
And that's one of the biggest differences here, right? We were talking about how these transitions from offense to defense and defense to offense are working for each of these teams. And Waukesha just isn't getting diverse clears, right? There's a lot of boomer ball happening, like, hey, just get the ball out of our half and do something with it, but it's not going anywhere. Whereas with Mount Aloysius, I've been saying it, every single touch has a purpose and an intention and somewhere that it's going. And to me, that's the biggest difference maker in this entire series so far.
Big B, tough read. That results in Neeks side flipping out of the ball. Not sure what happened there. Neeks is having a rough one in this best of 7, and now Ty's missed off the backboard. Skippy whiffs as well. That makes Locke awkward, and yet still, Mount Aloysius almost score a second goal. It's a lot closer than it probably should have been to being a second Mountie score. But a retreat for a moment, get Skippy off the ceiling, and that'll be that for WCTC's hopes of breaking out of defense. Though they will get out of defense just by way of a kickoff. Minute left, and they're down by 2 again.
And it's just such a phenomenal play from Skippy, right? He's able to collect it off the ceiling, get the touch over the top of the defender, sets it up perfectly for Pigby to play it off the wall. And unfortunately, at that point, Waukesha has no idea which way is up. They don't know where the ball is coming from. Is it going to be Skippy trying to get another redirect, or is it going to be him trying to get a pass? And I think the biggest thing for them to do right here is just try and shut down Skippy as much as they can. But here comes Neeks, not quite able to get the reset, and unfortunately not able to convert yet another goal for Waukesha. Pigby getting the clear over the top of Dimitri. Neeks trying to go up for the 50, but it still goes over the top. Ty, pass down towards mid. Neeks and Dimitri, neither one of them there, but what a save as Ty clearing this one away off the back corner. Skippy off the wall, not able to connect with his own double tap, as this is going to be once again another offensive try here for Waukesha.
Okay, Pig B playing the ball backwards, and that's probably a mistake, not something your coach would tell you to do, considering Locke had a good angle on the ball, but Big Beast more than makes up for it. Now Locke given another chance on the rock, but Dimitri will get in the way of his opportunity to score a third, and yeah, we're just killing time at the moment. Skippy trying to take the ball back will be interfered with by Dimitri, and so WCTC still have a shot at coming back in this game, but they need a goal essentially off of this center ball that never comes. Skippy clears it out, Pig B puts a shot on target, but they didn't need a third. They've got that game 3 already secured, and Mount Aloysius are demolishing WCTC now.
And it's like you were saying, right? This is a team that you had unranked because there's just so many unknowns. We're starting to figure out those knowns right now, right? This is what happens sometimes when you have these teams that just come together like this. You get plays and you get chemistry that you weren't necessarily expecting, and that can throw off some of these teams that have been playing together long enough because they haven't seen this. They don't know what to expect. Now, Waukesha has 3 games of seeing what to expect from Mount Aloysius. They have got to make some sort of transition here going into game 4.
Yeah, and I'm not sure what that is, because it's not easy just to say, okay, now I'm going to be playing well, because we've seen a lot of bad touches and whiffs from WCTC, because they can keep up with Mount Aloysius when it comes to just pace overall. They've got experience as a trio at this level of Rocket League, but Mount Aloysius just looks so good on the ball. Every single counterattack is a different look that WCTC hasn't seen before, and that's compounding itself with the mistakes WCTC are making. Mount Aloysius are punishing everything and then creating their own opportunities to score, high quality opportunities to score. Not to mention their goal line defense that seemed invincible in game 1 especially, and hasn't really deterred much from that adjective. And so Mount Aloysius, they're just playing clean Rocket League right now, and WCTC is not. And at this level, you can't really afford that.
I'll tell you exactly what Waukesha needs to do coming into this game. It's got to be the clears. The clears have got to go somewhere, right? Other than just the other side of the field. They've got to be more intentional. You guys have played this game at a high enough level that you've got to know where you're putting this ball at all times. And that's the biggest thing that I think that they can work on here. That and just keeping their mental squared away, right? Like, you're at a point where you're 1 game away from potentially being swept by a team that was unranked. You might have come into this thinking like, oh, hey, we've got more experience. We might play this a little bit better. But now they're showing what they're capable of, and Waukesha's just got to be able to catch up.
Yeah, and WCTC don't strike me as the sort of team that would let this sort of a start affect them. I feel like I trust the players and Coach Ryan to keep them stable, but we'll see if they can actually stabilize when it comes to play on the field. Sometimes you just have an off night, but that's a nice passing play out. Mount Aloysius will be back for it. Skippy's got plenty of boost and goes back to that same sidewall spot. Forces a rough touch there out of one of the WCTC players, and so that affords Locke some space now, and Locke has stepped into the spotlight, opening the scoring in game 4 with an insanely impressive air dribble flip reset play. Look at that shot.
So much power. I don't think either defender from Waukesha was expecting there to be that much power on that. I'm not sure if they realized that he got the reset when he was up there either. So just again, this offensive pressure from Mount Aloysius is just crushing the defense here of Waukesha. And their defense is good. I've been saying that all night, but there's just so much coming in from Mount Aloysius that you're just eventually going to find the back of the net.
Well, Skippy will drop this down. Always good for a couple of touches, and usually a first man beat when it comes to the defense of WCTC. And that will allow Mount Aloysius some more time in offense. Sneaks tries to take it away. Does find Dimitri and Ty, both going for that ball center. But once again, at home on the goal line are the Mounties. And they'll find a stop and potentially a clear here as well.
Skippy just turning himself into a brick wall right there. 2 different shot attempts from Waukesha turned away as Pigby not quite able to get a good touch there. There's going to be a 50 for Neeks, trying to keep the offense going here, but what a bump coming in from Skippy to try and shut down the offensive push here from Waukesha. Dimitri coming for the redirect here off the sidewall, looking for another touch in the corner, not able to get it, but Neeks swooping right in to keep the pressure going, but Pigby finally getting the clear away. Dimitri waiting for it on the midfield line. Looked like he was trying to get a 50 with Locke, but Locke not quite touching that one. As here comes Pigby now, looking for the flick, gets it, and what a shot from Pigby to put the 2nd goal of the game on the board for Mount Aloysius.
4 games within a series is a pretty good sample size to tell how a team is performing and if the level that they're playing at is something they can hit consistently. And I think we're seeing Mount Aloysius maintain a high level of consistency in this series. Another strong flick from Pig B right there. We've seen that play before. We saw it in game 1. We see it now in game 4, where he's just taking the ball as a player running up ahead, running some interference, and with a strong and accurate flick, that's enough to score on WCTC. And Mount Aloysius will take it and run with it. 2 goals up now. And Skippy's going sidewall again. Doesn't make that extra little bit of contact, but it's all good. We'll forgive him for that one. He's done enough in this series. But half a game of Rocket League left, and WCTC have yet to really load into the lobby.
And I do want to say one thing. I've been saying a lot of negative about Waukesha, right? But there is still a ton of time here in this game 4 for them to get something, as there goes a shot from Dimitri, but unfortunately Pigby all the way back already, and just these rotations from Mount Aloysius continue to be lightning fast. It's, what a pitch coming in between Skippy and Dimitri. It gives Neeks a chance to play it off the stealing. Lock right into 2 different defenders there. Unfortunately, Dimitri having to kind of play it away himself, but does get a really nice redirect. Skippy reading it the entire way. Here comes Neeks fighting through Lock, but unfortunately, Pigby standing there on the goal line once again to save it away. Gets another flick over the top of the defender, but Neeks does get a clear away. Nice little touch there from Dimitri trying to keep it in, but here comes Skippy. Once again, the pressure from Mount Aloysius and the demos coming in. Lock not quite able to connect on the pass. Pigby with the shot, saved away by Ty.
Nice pass out. Skippy will field that ball from Lock and look to go for a demo, it seemed like, when Pigby was still alive, but the demo does change Skippy's plans. Takes it into the corner, messes up Lock to go backboard. Neeks doesn't have the read. Lock does, almost. Hits a couple of pieces of the woodwork, and we'll miss out on a 3rd goal, unfortunately, for Mount Aloysius. But they'll soon get it afterwards. The next rotation in is successful for Lock, sniping that left side of the net. And 3-0 in game 4 is getting mighty close to being good enough to close out.
Yeah, and this is exactly what I was talking about, right, with this offensive pressure from Mount Aloysius. They put so many shots on that even though you're rotating correctly, you're still out of position because that ball is coming back at you so quickly that you don't have time to set up properly. And here's a chance for Dimitri to try and get something going, but unfortunately, once again, goes off the woodwork. I've seen so many shots ring off the goalpost for Waukesha, it's almost painful at this point.
Yeah, I mean, game 1 definitely could have gone their way if not for the close shots that didn't fall, and sprinkled throughout the rest of the series. That's kind of been the case as well. But that still I don't think would have been enough to contend with what Mount Aloysius were doing up front. Chance for 1 goal to get a comeback started now, but no one's in position to shoot for WCTC. And now Skippy has Lock out ahead. Ground pinch out. Does find Lock down the field. And when your opponent's doing that to you, I straight up don't know how you beat them.
Yeah, this is just a point where you're Waukesha and you look at this and go, okay,
Right.
This is a replay review waiting to happen, and we learn from it and we move on to the next one, because this is so good for Mount Aloysius in terms of introducing themselves, but it's also a great learning experience for Waukesha on what they can do to improve so that this doesn't happen to them again going down the semester.
Yeah, good bit of learning experience for WCTC tonight. Good pass out, and hey, that's the best play we've seen from WCTC tonight. That was a fantastic 3-man passing play. If we'd seen that from the get-go, probably a closer series, but it is just 1 with 18 seconds left in game 4 where you're down. But hey, it's a nice one for the road at least.
Hey, technically winnable. Game's not over till clock hits 0, so there's a chance here. But to your point, that's exactly the kind of passing play that Waukesha has needed to have all night, and it's just unfortunate that it comes in the waning seconds of game 4, as that's going to be Pigby putting the nail in the coffin there. Defense not able to clear it away for Waukesha.
Yeah, and I think we've kind of exhausted every point possible. Another clean play and offense from Mount Aloysius. Another bit awkward defending for WCTC. And 5-1, looking to be the final. A pair of 2-0 shutouts and a pair of 5-1 blowouts for Mount Aloysius. They have made a statement on stream tonight, and I mean, that's kind of what these show match settings are for. And WCTC interested in playing any more of this show match. No replay watching. Great goal from Neeks at the end, but phenomenal series from Mount Aloysius all throughout.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you can't ask for a better kind of high here we are moment for Mount Aloysius. I think this is going to speak to everybody else that they end up playing this semester. This is what you need to watch out for. Are they going to look like this every single game? Possibly, but most likely not, right? But this is the potential that they have. So if you're Mount Aloysius, you look at this and go, hey, this is where we need to be and what we can possibly do throughout this entire semester.
Yeah, that is a level. It seems like that can compete with a top 20 squad in CRL. And I don't know if these guys are playing in the open qualifier come this weekend for CRL, But if they are, then teams better watch out, because that is a best of 3 threat. That's a best of 5 threat if I've ever seen one. And it does look like we'll be getting a Pig B interview as well. So he'll be popping into the booth in just a little bit. So I'm gonna go see if I can't track him down and drag him into the booth, odd fellow. But man, what a start to the night. I mean, Mount Aloysius, I think, staking a claim to a top 48 spot.
Absolutely, 100%. And I mean, I don't have much else to say. Like, I feel like that gameplay really kind of spoke for itself. Like, that was just a dominant performance. And by the way, I want to point out, it wasn't just Skippy, right? Like, you see somebody like Skippy in the game and think, oh, he's just going to dominate everything. And he did to a point, but the rest of the team, like Locke and Pigby, just played so well around him. This entire team is just so complete and so dangerous that, to your point, I think they can hang with pretty much anybody in CRL. If they're not playing those open qualifiers, I definitely think that they should be.
Yeah, this is maybe go back and look at their resume so far. They've got a Game 7 win over Kaiser in WCTC. Oh my God, in ECAC. And then, I mean, that by itself is not a great win, but it is a win nonetheless against a team that was competitive in the top 48 range at the start of the semester. And then outside of that, they lost to Cumberland, which isn't bad at all. And they lost to Akron Gold. So losses to top 25 teams. And they, with that resume, I think have shown an ability to be competitive with top squads. But with that sort of series right there, they've really with our eyes visually shown us that they can be competitive with those top teams. But Pigby joining us in the booth. Pigby, dude, how you feeling after that performance, man? That was pretty solid out of you boys.
I'm just feeling thrilled. It was a long day, long day at home. Work was tough, and I come here and bang, we get the win. It feels nice to win once in a while.
Yeah, you guys kicked WCTC around, and I saw, I don't remember if it was you or Skippy in my replies last time when I put my top 48 ranking out, but I had you guys out. I was waiting for a signature sort of win or eye test performance like that, where I saw that you are very much a top ranked team, and I think you got it. And so talk about your new guy, Locke, because that was kind of what was making me hesitate a little bit. Locke came into that series and blew the lights out alongside you and Skippy. What's it been like playing with him as the third man?
It's been amazing. For one, I just like to say that he's a very beautiful guy. He's got the looks and everything, and that really helps our energy be up as a team. And for two, no disrespect to our last third, because I love him, but it's a big jump when you go from a 1600 player to someone who's 2K. Mm-hmm. So it really elevates the floor of the team, if you feel what I'm saying. TS.
Yeah.
Yeah, for sure, man. Hey, so I did have a quick question for you though, Pigby. So what do you feel like was kind of the biggest thing that gave you guys such an advantage coming into this game and throughout the course of the match?
I mean, I don't know. It's kind of a team diff. We have Skippy, which is they don't really have that, for one. So that's one thing that we had. For two, we were low-key just smarter with our rotations. They just jumped at everything, and when they didn't have to, so it kind of left them in bad spots. A lot of counterattacks, but I don't know. We were just low-key faster than them, especially once we warmed up.
Yeah, no, it definitely, like I said, it definitely showed up on the pitch. We said that quite a few times during the broadcast. But what was the mindset kind of coming into this game, right? Because you have a team in WCTC that's got a little bit more experience when it comes to these sort of levels here, and so just curious what y'all's mindset was coming into this game with Locke being somewhat of an unknown and kind of getting a new roster together.
We were really confident. We thought we were gonna win, so we were just playing it like any other series. There weren't any nerves or anything. It was just, I don't know. We're a confident team. We're confident in ourselves. We think we can win any series we play. So.
It showed you guys were oozing confidence in that series. Last question I got for you is kind of about the Mount Aloysius program. Because, I mean, you went from winning state championships at the Mount Aloysius facility, and now you're playing for them at the collegiate level. What's it been like transitioning from high school to a program that has the facilities to support you as a competitor, put you in a good team environment? What's it been like making that jump from high school to collegiate?
It's a really big difference, in competitiveness and sort of professionalism. You know, in high school, it was like a fun thing that you could sort of mess around, but we still did well in.
Yeah.
And now that I'm in college and here, it sort of pushes you to be the best possible player you can be. You know, the coach is great. Steffi, he's an amazing person. People around you, they all support you. It's really just a great program and a great thing to be involved in.
Yeah, I mean, I've heard a lot of good things about the Mountie program. Been having them play in show matches for several years now, but they've never quite put together a roster like this, Pig. I'm excited to see how far you guys can go.
Thank you, I appreciate it.
All right, well, that does bring us to the end of our show match, Oddfellow. I appreciate you for being in the booth with me for this quick best of 7. We've got Florida and Winthrop Academy next, so hopefully all you watching right now will stick around. But Oddfellow, dude, it's been good to have you back in the booth.
Absolutely, man. Loved every second of it. I appreciate you having me on. Hopefully this won't be the last time.
All right, everyone, stick around. 20 minutes from now, we got Florida and Winthrop Academy playing a big NECC best of 7 on Tuesday Night Lights. We'll see you there. Welcome back to Tuesday Night Lights in partnership with the NECC tonight. Excited to be back for another week of NECC matches. Got a full slate tomorrow, but we got Florida Winthrop Academy rescheduling from tomorrow to tonight, so we're able to stream it. And I brought in the resident Carolinas Rocket League expert, the Nate Dog, to cover Winthrop Academy and Florida with me. Nate, my man, how you doing?
I'm doing great. Just got done watching a lot of games, and I'm excited to jump into this one. Winthrop's been having a really good run in C3 so far, and I'm excited to see how they're doing in NECC. Saw they're doing pretty well so far. Florida 1-2, Winthrop 2-1. So I'm curious to see how this one plays out.
Yeah, Florida started off, they beat Florida Southern in Game 7 and then lost to Kennesaw State's B team last week. And I forget who their other loss is. I don't have the tab up anymore. I closed it since the podcast, but Florida's been underperforming a little bit as of late, and so I this is a pretty important series for them. It's against a team that they played in the NECC Division I promotional tournament, and Winthrop Academy ended up beating them, I think, in 4 or 5 games in a best of 5. And so for Florida, this is an important one, and for Winthrop Academy, I mean, they're a team trending upwards right now, and so kind of stamping down on a team that's around that top 40 mark is significant for a roster like this.
Yeah, definitely. And I know I heard a little whispers. I didn't get to see it myself, but I also heard I think Winthrop Academy just barely missed out on the promotional run with that loss. And just to also kind of jump in what you're saying, Florida's only other loss is to Daytona State, where they kind of got 4-2'd.
Yeah.
Pretty strong win there. But, I think this would be a great match. I think these teams have a lot of potential. I've seen Florida play both personally playing against them with my team as well as against other teams. They've had one. I think they also had a really good run at DreamHack, and this is pretty sure the same roster that they had there. So I think this is going to be a good one. I think if both teams lock in, it could go the distance.
Yeah, this Florida team is the definition of streaky Rocket League, like streaky club team. They are so good when they are on point, but at the same time, being a club organization, like Larry's got 2 exams this week. That's why we actually rescheduled this from Wednesday, and so they got to focus on those studies and not they aren't exactly always grinding like a team at a school like Winthrop might be. I mean, Phantom's got to be playing with CRL and Percy once a week now, and so he's got to be on the grind. I'm sure Nakari and Monster King are in a similar position, and so for Florida, it's always the club teams against the varsity programs. And this is another instance of that, which is why it's important for Florida to get the win tonight, and why it's important for Winthrop Academy to continue to show that they are the better team, the better program, and that varsity teams just have a distinct advantage when it comes to playing long, drawn-out series like we've got in the CRL space.
Yeah, so I know with what you're talking about with Florida, they may be a club team, but they definitely have a lot of very talented players that really definitely put in the work. Obviously, school can get in the way of some activities, clearly Larry with his exams. But, I mean, that doesn't put any detriment to their ability to play the game, as I would like to say. Both these teams, they may have their universities and their studies, but I feel like each of them put in a lot of work and effort into the Rocket League scene, whether it's going to be in scrims, tons of leagues. I know some club teams like to play in like 5 different Rocket League leagues and play every single night for like 2 hours. That's crazy for me, if you ask me, as a club team. But if they can kind of put in that effort and really put it, I think this is gonna be a really good game. I think both these teams have that potential, and definitely gonna make a good run.
There's no shortage of X factor in this series. I mean, I think on both sides, like on the Winthrop side, you look at Phantom to be the guy on the ball, kind of carrying the load, and then Hammy Crackers on the other side. Those are easy guys to point out and say that they'll be the ones to carry the load for their teams. But these are such deep trios now, and that's what you have to be if you are like an academy team or a club team to compete in the top 48 now. Like, you have to be a deep roster where anyone can step up on a night like this, because you play a lot of nights of official Rocket League matches in the CRL space. And so, like, we could see SAP popping off on the Florida side. We could see a Monster King masterclass. I've been waiting for that, honestly. They've been hyping the guy up, Nate, and I've been waiting for Monster King to take over a lobby.
Yeah, so from what I've understood and seen of Monster King so far, if he shows up and plays his best game, he can easily compete with the best of the best. All right, his team is there. They're able to make some crazy plays. Even in C3, I saw Monster King. He was 1v3ing some teams that were some pretty high caliber rosters. So, I mean, it's going to be a matter if he can show up tonight. I know Phantom, he's got the resume, he's got the background to be able to play at a high level, subbing in for Gary G and Nace, as well as any other CRL activities that he might have to. So with that backing, I think it's going to come down to, can Monster King show up, and can they also create those opportunities for Phantom to take control of the field?
I'm sure everyone on stream right now can hear the in-game audio, knows that we're having a good time in party chat. So good vibes coming into this one, despite the pretty significant playoff implications we're going to get out of this best of 7, because 3 losses in the NECC really puts you up against a wall, because you got to place top 4 in your group. And in a group like this, where you've got, I'll see if I can rattle it off on the top of my head, but like Winthrop Academy, Florida, South Carolina, KSUB is looking really good right now. Daytona State, Florida Southern. These are all teams that, when you look at the competition in East A, probably should be in the playoff bracket at the end of the semester. But that's the way it goes sometimes in the NECC. And so you got to fight week in, week out to place top 4 in a stacked pool. And so this is a big one. Big one for both sides. Like, Florida would drop down to 3 losses with an L here, and Winthrop Academy is right in the middle of the table of a tough group at 2-2 with a loss tonight. So I'm loving the trades that we're getting. That's what I would expect in a group like this, with competition like South Carolina, Florida Southern, Daytona State, where Bruton Parker JV as well is looking good at the moment. Like, everyone's trading wins in this group. There's no telling what's going to happen.
I mean, yeah, just like you were talking about how Winthrop took down Kennesaw's B team, which is a very strong team, and they're in a very comfortable position. And I think Rocket League is in its best form whenever people can trade wins like that. Mm-hmm. It's not very entertaining and fun to watch if it's clear who's going to win. It's nice whenever you have a good group of players and teams that are around the same level and that you can kind of back and bandwagon with. You don't know what's going to happen. It leaves that mysterious factor into every game, and it makes things entertaining.
Well, we should have a good one coming up here. We're waiting on a quick bathroom break. Everyone's taking a second to make sure they are set for this series. I love me some CRL on a random Tuesday night. So looks like everybody's ready. So we'll get into this series here in just a moment. Florida and Winthrop Academy taking each other on an official NECC match. I don't have the bracket command working at the moment. So if any of you want a link to East B in the NECC, feel free to put it in chats, and I'll copy that link for you. But away we go. Florida in blue, Winthrop Academy in orange. Big one coming up.
Right out of the gates, you can see Florida trying to get some quick momentum to the midfield and a drop down to Hammy Crackers. He's going to have plenty of space here, and I think this is going to be a really big factor of who can control the ball the best, who can keep it close and really utilize that space that these teams give you. And those type of opportunities with those passing lanes are going to be the key factor for who can come out on top, especially here in Game 1, and really set that momentum with a quick shot from Phantom, and now Winthrop's going to be up 1-0.
Great timing here for Phantom. This is a decent-looking Florida attack, but the ball pops out. Phantom's ready for it. Intercepts, pops to himself, and Larry was caught between challenging, where he'd have to go high because he's going to be late on the ball, leaving himself exposed, or you wait on the shot and hope and pray. And unfortunately for Larry, his prayers were not answered. Phantom scoring first for Winthrop Academy, and now Monster King can add to it off kickoff. Reset into the musty, into the double tap off the back wall, leaves the shot just shy, but Berger next up in rotation, ready to put a ball out to the corner for Phantom. Winthrop Academy are rolling now.
Right now, Winthrop's looking very comfortable. Almost every single touch they're making is very controlled and very, honestly, patient, and creating a lot of threatening opportunities against Florida. And you can see they're starting to play almost every 15 challenge to their teammate and looking for one another, trying to pick a gap in that back rotation for that third man. And you can start seeing some demos coming out. One thing Winthrop has been very favorable of lately is their demo and their aggression in their rotation. They like to make that third man position very awkward. And you can see it coming up from Monster King. And those type of opportunities are how you get goals. But Hammy Cracker says not today. Equalizes this game. Florida back in this match.
2 players leak out into the corner here for Winthrop Academy. Sap gets the ball over both of them, and you can't give Hammy that much room to shoot. That's pretty clean for Mr. Crackers. Tucking it right under the crossbar. And Florida will tie us up. And this is exactly the back and forth I was hoping for. After they played in the NECC promotional tournament at the start of the season, Larry did tell me that, they lost to Winthrop Academy, and I forget who they lost to in lowers. But it was like, yeah, Hammy Crackers was not locked in that night. He had other things to focus on, didn't want to be there. And so I've been waiting for this series to see if that was the case, or if Larry's just making excuses since Winthrop Academy's the better team. And so far, back and forth, but a lot of Rocket League left to be played.
with a 50, forcing it out to the sidewall. Phantom with plenty of boost to try and get something here. Gets it past one, leaves it for his teammate Burger with a great 50, but Larry there to clear it out. Florida trying to find a way to break out. They may have found it, but Phantom with a pinch off the sidewall gets it past two, looking for the second touch, but Hammy Crackers plenty of time, sends this one back down the field. Florida not really able to try and get any type of momentum here as Monster King tries to get a quick shot on net, but it's going to be off target. Winthrop looking very strong and comfortable, but as that boost starts dwindling, you can see Florida start ramping up the speed and the aggression as Larry looks for a touch off the back wall, can't connect on it, and right now Hammy Crackers with a 50 on Phantom, and Monster King will be there to take control. Winthrop with plenty of space, but now Florida's back on the attack.
Attack there. Now, Nakari's really awkward. Didn't have the read on the ball straight down, so Larry is given a bit of a gift here. Takes the ball off of Monster King's head after Monster King put a weak flick at that midfield line, and with that interception, Nakari was awkward, and Larry's an easy time putting the Gators out in front. So, down early, but now jumping into a favorable position here with half a game of Rocket League left.
Hammy Crackers taking to the heavens here, gets the reset, but Phantom with a great float in front of the net. It does get the touch there. Everyone committing for that play is Monster King. Sends this one off the back wall, but a great touch from Hammy Crackers. Winthrop trying to find a way to connect, but no one in the back line. Hammy Crackers not able to get the redirect on the wide open net. A missed opportunity for Florida. They're going to want that one back, but Monster King is going to say not today, but Larry's there to send it right back to Sap with a great redirect, but a great save from Phantom. Winthrop not really able to find a response right now. Florida just kind of shutting down every chance they have, giving them no space to work with and forcing them into a continuous lock as another whiff comes out for Monster King. Burger King. Monster King takes that one to the sky and gets shut down by Larry.
Burger King's good. That's that's a funny one. A good mix-up between the two Winthrop Academy names. And do you know the story behind Burger? Like, I mean, he's Nakari normally. I know that's his official name, but he's been Burger this semester. I don't know the story behind it.
So to my knowledge, in C3 last season as well, he stayed as a Burger, and he didn't really give anyone a reason. He just he doesn't answer that question. He doesn't tell anybody what's the reason. He just says Burger, and that's all he says, as this one could be a wide open net, shut down, and now Larry forcing into a dangerous position. Monster King trying to get a touch, not able to get it. Sap looking for the pass down to Larry. Burger looking very awkward, and now Phantom tries to get one more into the neutral zone. Burger not able to get the touch, trying to get one more, can't give it to his team, and now Larry and Florida are back on the attack. Right now, I think Winthrop, they're just not connecting on any type of passing opportunities or taking advantage of the passing lanes. There's been a lot of solo play trying to happen, and it's just not breaking through if you're not going to have any bumps and demos in the backfield, and you're just giving Florida all the space they need to take control.
That was nice from Phantom. Had to evade Hammy Crackers, trying to block the passing play that hadn't developed yet, and then it did. Phantom still did make contact, but Florida, without a pretty venomous-looking counterattack, still don't score a third, so this is still a game one within striking distance for Winthrop Academy, but you gotta strike rather quick, and they've got the boost for it, and they've got Nakari going up the sidewall now, hits the ball hard and right at Hammy Crackers, so more time is wasted. And Florida in the orange end can kill game one, but Monster King takes the ball away, gets a reset, has Nakari in support, but Florida in his face. Game one belongs to the Gators.
I mean, I think there's just a clear distinction here. Florida looking a lot more warmed up. They look like they're playing through one another, and that's the key in Rocket League in almost any type of challenge. If you're able to play through your teammates, find each other in those awkward situations, that's how you come out on top in these type of matchups, especially at a high-level play like this one. And Winthrop, they just can't really seem to find that crack in the Gators' armor right now. Almost every single challenge they're going to, you can see Florida getting into it just before them, making an awkward touch, and just getting it to their teammate. And Winthrop just getting starved on the back line in terms of all their boost, because one of the worst things you can possibly do is you can play too safe in your corner, because eventually you're going to run out of boost and it's going to be a free open goal for Florida.
Yeah, and with this being an NECC match, we're gonna try and ready up as soon as we can to get the boys to their studies, because Larry's he's got those exams. We'll get him out of here quick, but still, this series could go the distance. So we might need every single second we can get in this best of 7. But right now, Florida a close game 1 win, a come from behind game 1 win as well. So we talk about this team being a streaky squad. We'll see if that holds true going into to game 2, if they can keep things rolling. Cleveland, because Winthrop Academy, they were doing a lot of good things when it came to interrupting that Florida momentum, and that's another pretty good thing. Phantom will score off the kickoff here, and that left the Gators bamboozled.
I mean, that's a quick goal and definitely something you want for as a Winthrop fan. But you know, it's a kickoff goal. Those things happen. I don't stay too true to that. It's not good for Florida to be down this early, but you got plenty of time to make up for it. As Hammy Crackers trying to get to that one, couldn't get to it, but Sapp with a great touch to the neutral zone. And now Berger dropping this one down for Monster King, but looks like a little bit of a miscommunication. And now Winthrop in a very strong position, but a great outlet pass. Hammy to Larry, and a great save from Phantom, and almost a 1-2-3 passing play. You can see Florida trying to look for those opportunities. Winthrop trying to find a way to get it there, and one finally finds through the cracks. Hammy Cracker will bring in the equalizer.
That is one of the distinct strengths of this Florida team. Like, they've got 3 very talented individuals on the ball, but they are constantly looking for each other as passing options. Doesn't matter where they are on the field. That is something that they have used to really elevate their game above, I think, teams that are of comparable talent in the CRL space. And when they're connecting with them, it's tough to stop. Winthrop Academy feeling the brunt of that attack, and now trying to negate it, and Nakari will. Clean shot through several defenders. He navigated traffic nicely there.
I'm a little confused on what happened here. It looked like a little bit of a miscommunication. Sapp kind of trusted that Larry would get that one. It just created that gap and free shot for Winthrop to take the lead. Those type of situations, I mean, it's great for Winthrop to take control of, but you got to be sure that you're able to get those difficult touches, and otherwise you're going to start falling behind very quickly as a Berger tries to put another one on off to that side post. And now Monster King, plenty of time, but a quick jump from Larry does get the demo. And now Sapp, not a whole lot of boost in the tank. Winthrop doing a great job on the boost control, trying to create opportunities, bumps coming out. And one thing I do want to say is that Winthrop has been very strong in almost every league. They took it to Charlotte in Game 5 this past weekend with those bumps and demos. And against teams who are very pass heavy, giving them no space on the ball is going to be a very strong asset that this team can use. But it's just going to be a matter of doing it at the right time.
They're trying to suffocate right now, but Larry does locate Hammy, and that results in a ball that's in the middle of that orange box, giving Hammy Crackers a free lane to shoot after some confusion developed on that orange goal line. Winthrop Academy not quite on the same page right there after an awkward touch. Phantom getting tripped up with Nakari on that near side post. And so Florida, once again, will kind of be given a freebie here.
I mean, that's definitely not what you want to see. It looks like just that miscommunication is going to be a key thing for Winthrop to try and find some way to ensure that doesn't happen again, because those type of mistakes can end up costing you not just games but the series, especially with you being down 1 already. You want to try and cut those out as quickly as possible. And whether it's just making sure you're not panicking as much on the goal line, because that's one way for them to find easy cracks, or you just got to make sure that you're calming a good distance ahead and ensuring your teammate is knowing what's about to happen. But Larry trying to take this one to the side wall, can't get it. Hammy Crackers looks for Sapp in the midfield. It looked for a great pass, but shut down by Monster King, and it could be a scoring opportunity off the back wall. And Hammy Crackers with a huge clear downfield, a free net for Florida as now they go up by 1.
Yeah, you were dead on, Nate. That was a scoring opportunity, just not for the team we were expecting. Hammy Crackers using absolute pace to beat Winthrop Academy to that ball. It was looking like a good chance for Winthrop there, but Hammy Crackers snatching a lead for Florida. And there's still a lot of Rocket League left here in Game 2, but UF once again have come back from behind.
And right now, Florida's they're looking very strong, very coordinated into what looks like a very awkward Winthrop team. And if they keep playing like this, I feel like Florida's going to start walking away with the series, whether it's close or not. Winthrop just can't go down another game, all right? If you go down one more game, you're going to be putting yourself in a very difficult position to try and bounce back, not just in a game sense, but in a mental sense. The last thing you want to do is destroy your mental, and once that mental gets shot, it's all over. But Winthrop finding some type of momentum here, trying to get something off that back wall once again. Couldn't connect on it. Berger with a drop-down pass, looking for his teammate, and he does connect on it.
Larry's going to have free access to the ball here, and had Phantom on skates right there. Uses a little bit of boost to take the ball away from Nakari and Phantom there, so we'll have to locate Hammy Crackers across the pitch. 2 minutes left now with the Academy. Have to play some solid defense at the moment. Doing an okay job with the early goings of this new Florida attack, but the Gators will keep it rolling for a moment longer before Winthrop Academy do find their exit from defense. Now, center ball won't find Monster King, who was up mighty early for that. with Sap being in position to break up a potential shot. So, maybe a little jumpy right now, Winthrop Academy, trying to get a bit too much going in offense. And they are burned for that in counterattack mode. Florida scores another.
I mean, that's just a great play from Florida. A great drop down from Larry over to Sap, and just honestly a lot of power from that shot. Just Monster King not able to find a great touch, can't get to it in time. Florida just looking so strong, and they're just able to make all those awkward situations against Winthrop and take full advantage of it with a great catch from Larry, just demonstrating what I'm talking about. Trying to find one for his teammate, does get the fake, it drops it down for Hammy Crackers. You can see the coordination starting to show, trying to make Winthrop very awkward, and now Sap looks for one more. Connecting it, gets the full boost steal, but Hammy Crackers with nothing in the tank, can't do anything there. Winthrop might have found that breakaway, but shut down by Larry. Florida once again just keeping Winthrop locked in their half, trying to find a way to get one in the net.
1-1 now. Hammy Cracker's been taken out, and the 1 in that equation is deleted. Turned into nil. Phantom will turn that opportunity into a third goal for Winthrop Academy here. Beautifully executed breakout play. I think that was Monster King up ahead, finding that demo in front for Phantom. And so Winthrop Academy are keeping themselves relevant now in Game 2. You said it's an important one to win. I'm inclined to agree, Nate. Winthrop Academy showing out on the field, seemingly agreeing with that sentiment.
I mean, with 45 seconds left on the clock, there's plenty of time to try and find one more response, but the last thing you can do is to just give away possession. It's something I've seen happen multiple times, as well as double commits. Winthrop's got to find a way to get it to each other, play through one another, and stop playing ping pong with Florida. As that works out in their favor, 30 seconds left. Everyone looking very awkward on the Winthrop half as another one gets 50 out off the top. A quick shot, Berger with a great save. Sap all over this one to try and get it past midfield. Can't get it. And now Berger is going to have plenty of time and space to take to the heavens. But a pre-jump from Larry. Does get the pop. A shot from Phantom, but no power. 10 seconds left. Winthrop not able to find a response as Florida is looking like they're going to start walking away here in game number 2.
Well, the ball will stay up. That's in capable hands in Phantom, but a heavy touch will concede the possession to Sap. And out to the side, Nakari tries to keep the play alive. Florida are all over this, chomping down on this 0-second play, but now releasing their grip a little bit, and yet the ball falls. Winthrop Academy letting slip a couple of uncharacteristic moments in this series. They're not playing their usual style of fairly clean Rocket League.
No, definitely not. I would say from what I've seen of this Winthrop team, they're not playing up to the par that I've seen them play at. Yeah. I feel like there's been a lot of mistakes that are coming out, very micro mistakes, but that's burning them in the long run. They're playing for a lot of best case scenario type of situations, and it's not going their way, whether it's a 50, a challenge, or a shot, and it's just lining up Florida for that overcommit and to take full advantage of. So honestly, you just got to find a way to work out those micro mistakes. If you can get those micro mistakes, whether it's just little rotational errors or like little micro jitters where you're just kind of like touching the ball a little too far or banging it away, Winthrop could easily come back into this series.
Yeah, they've lost 2 one-goal games, and in Florida they've had to really stretch their offense at times to take these wins away. As Winthrop Academy are doing good things in their offensive zone, but Florida are outclassing them. And Hammy Crackers especially has brought his shooting boots tonight. Had a hat trick in that last game for Florida, and that was enough to get the Gators on top. And so we'll see if it does continue as we get now into game number 3. Winthrop Academy having some questions asked of them right now. A team that they handled last time that they met on the pitch is taking it to them 2-0 at the moment in a best of 7, but it is a best of 7. Still a long road ahead. It's another kickoff goal for Winthrop Academy to start off.
I'm getting a lot of deja vu here. It seems almost every game is either a kickoff goal for Winthrop and then it goes in Florida's favor. Winthrop is going to need to find a way to hang on to that lead and not give it up so quickly. And I think the first step is you're going to have to find a way to shut down Hammy Cracker, who's honestly been the orchestrator for this Florida offensive strategy. As another one comes up off the crossbar, a shot opportunity from Larry. No one there to touch it. Phantom with a great save. Not a whole lot of boost in the tank. Winthrop already on their back heels, trying to find a way to break out, but Florida just looking so strong and almost every single touch, every engagement going in their favor.
Yeah, they're winning a lot of clean 50s at the moment. Winthrop Academy being dusted as several challenges at this point. It's another kind of dive in from Monster King. Like you said, being very optimistic about some of these plays. And they are not panning out at the moment. And it's resulting in Florida getting a lot of space to operate their offense with. Which with how Hammy, really how all 3 of them look tonight. That is a death sentence for Winthrop Academy. And now Hammy securing that 100 boost won't give Monster King anything. It's an important 50-50 that Phantom will win. Subsequent challenge as well is successful for Phantom, but the important 50-50s continue, and that one is lost by Monster King. Nakari will try to make up for it, and elicits a commitment from 2 blue cars, leaving Sap in a 1v3. And these odd man situations, Winthrop Academy are winning at the very least, but Florida giving them that one a little bit, and Winthrop Academy taking everything.
I mean, you can see the heads-up play from his entire team right there, trying to escort and clear the way for Phantom to dribble that one in. Having to avoid the bumps, can't get the ball, and it's a wide-open net. And a huge 50 into the midfield off that kickoff as this one goes in favor of Phantom. Looking for the musty, gets it over, no hammy crackers with a great adjustment. Gets that one cleared out, but now Burger is there to take control. Looks for one more, but Hammy there to clear this one back down the field. Collects the mid boost with plenty of time. Looking for one more off the ceiling, does get it. Larry looking for the shot off the ceiling, but a double commit frees up the space that Winthrop needed to try and break away here. You can see right now Winthrop starting to play a lot of more control to play. They're playing a lot more, hitting it off the sidewall to each other, trying to play through each other, trying to kind of bait Florida's defense into awkward challenges, and it's starting to work out in their favor so far in this game.
I would love to see the double commits go away. Kind of on both sides. They've both been a little sloppy when it comes to doubling on really anywhere on the pitch. We just saw a double commits, and it didn't lead to anything. But the next attack for Florida they will get one back here as Phantom plays the ball out to the side, but that's into the grips of Sap. And with Larry running rampant on that orange goal line, Hammy Crackers is afforded a shot, and of course he makes the most of it.
I feel like with how these teams are playing, demos are going to be the key. Just as you saw that goal come out, if you can get a demo in the back line per normal Rocket League rotations, it's going to be a very strong aspect of it. These teams are pretty much deadlocked in almost every engagement. Every single one is just forcing some type of play, and they're getting shots and opportunities, but just the defense is there and able to get that save. You got to find a way to get them removed, create that space for your team, as Hammy Crackers tries to do it there, but now Monster King will be there to shut it down. Winthrop trying to find a quick response with a pinch coming from Burger, looking for the read, but Sap does get the touch to his own corner. Larry there to follow it up, looks for one more, beats 2. Phantom, the last man back. Larry with a great carry, carries this one off the crossbar to bring it back to a tied game.
Florida will not quit, given a chance here, and against a NACE Super Conference player, Larry's gonna 1v1 Florida's way back into a tied game state. Beautiful play there in transition, and Larry coming to play now in game 3, looking good on the ball. That's like he was, off it. He's setting things up, demoing nicely, giving his team space to work with, and now buying time for Sap and Hammy to get back. Monster King almost gives the ball up right there. That was dangerous, but Winthrop Academy will get it back, look to transition themselves into offense. They'll get possession, but nothing further at the moment. Getting bit by bit, inch by inch, a whiff actually gives Phantom a free goal. I don't know why he dove in for that, but his bet paid off.
I mean, that's the type of gamble that Winthrop they went for, and it pays off. And in this type of matchup, gambles like that are they're gonna win or they're gonna burn you. And in these type of situations, you're gonna have to gamble eventually. And this one, like you said, did just pay off in favor of him. But now Monster King in a very awkward position with not a whole lot of boost in the tank, trying to find one more. And just like that, Larry will put it back, equalizing this game back right where we were. And now you can see Winthrop is looking a little rattled.
They are. Just awkward defense. Phantom doesn't have the read. The second man in rotation doesn't either. And Florida are cleaning up on this. I mean, Winthrop Academy, they're going to be kicking themselves if they do end up losing this series, because they have had plenty of opportunities to win these games, but messy defense has been punished time after time. And with 90 seconds left, they could be going down 3-0 in this series. Florida can't cap off a good start to a play with a lead, but they'll try again. Sap's going for a ground double, forces a miss out of Phantom. Monster King's been demoed. Burger follows. Larry shoots high. Won't have an immediate follow-up from Sap, but the fake challenge there does bait out a miss from Winthrop Academy. And it's those moments that are coming back to bite Winthrop. But hey, you got an open net, so who cares? 4-3 now. We keep going back and forth.
mean, Florida just not able to capitalize. You can see they had all the opportunities that they could have possibly wished for, and they just couldn't get it in the back of the net. And eventually, when you're trying to capitalize on that, you're going to overextend and create a chance like that for your opponent to get a quick counterattack, which Winthrop was very happy to take full control of. But a great touch from Burger Monster King. Well, that a great touch to the side wall, leaving for another one, but couldn't get there. Not enough juice on that one. As now Florida trying to find a way to equalize this one to get a quick counterattack, but shut down by Phantom. Phantom has just been such a strong player, not even in just this match, but just in every league he's played in. He's been really the backbone of this Winthrop roster. So if he can take control and create that space and kind of do what he does, I think Winthrop has a very good chance of coming back in this series. It's just going to be a matter of not letting Florida clip on you like they're about to do right there.
Yeah, I mean, there's a reason why Phantom just came out of a full best-of-5 series against St. Clair. You know, you're playing with CRL and Percy and Nace, but still, Phantom is very much capable, and the guy you look at to be that sense of stability for sure. And there, almost gave the ball up. Florida are pitter-pattering on the orange side, but make no contact on the goal line. With 10 seconds left, that was their ticket to overtime bare minimum, but now they got to search for another one. And Hammy Cracker's been taken out. The ball looking like it'll touch on 0 seconds, though. Larry will keep it up for just a moment longer. The boost isn't really in the Gators' favor, and that double commit, well, maybe could have ended things. Phantom wants to end it on his terms, though. Ends up flicking on target, but Nakari has seen enough. He'll get the Winthrop Academy win secured, and he'll make this series a 2-1 affair.
You know, that one, it may have gone in favor of Winthrop, but I feel like overall that game was kind of sloppy. There were a lot of double commits, a lot of missed touches, and honestly just like communication errors and missed opportunities. So yes, Winthrop may have walked away with the win here, kind of bring themselves back into this series a little bit, but I don't think that was everyone playing at their best potential. I think it was a very sloppy, it could have gone either way, and there was a lot of mistakes. And if they can clean it up, I think it's going to be a good one.
Yeah, I think they can as well, because those mistakes have been being punished consistently by this Florida team. And so getting into game 4, I believe here. Never mind. We were getting into game 4. I won't relay what was going on between games, but Winthrop Academy getting one on the board. But still, you're right. They got to clean things up, because you can't rely on that sort of a game with the messiness of it all to turn into wins 100% of the time and turn into a comeback. But I am glad they converted on an early lead last game, because they'll get another kickoff goal here that they need to convert on if they want to tie this series up.
Florida's got to find a way to stop these kickoff goals. That's what's been putting them behind in every game they've been in so far, letting Winthrop get those 5-second kickoff goals, and they have to kind of claw their way back. They got to find a way to clean that up. You can't be giving Winthrop those type of opportunities. Yes, it's a kickoff goal, but, you know, I feel like 4 times is a little questionable, and there might be something going wrong on that kickoff, and you might need to try and figure out how to fix that, because opportunities like that, you're not going to always come back and be able to get a clear cut through the Winthrop defensive line to try and come back in that game. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I feel ya. You can't risk going down. Though Florida, to their credit, have come back from multiple deficits in this series, so not affecting them too much here. But things can change in an instant. Zap trying to change the state of this scoreboard. Monster King, though, finds an important stop. Next up in rotation, Nakari trying to challenge Hammy Crackers. He dislodges the ball from Mr. Cracker's car, and that will result in a momentary stop for Winthrop Academy that they will convert into at least a half a clear, and the ball stays in the orange end, but they've got a good amount of space to try and find that clear officially now.
Burger trying to get one, but a huge bump from Larry does create a chance for Florida to get a quick counterattack, but sat with no boost in the tank, not really able to get a good touch off the ceiling, forces his team into a little bit of a scramble back as Monster King sends this one back into the Florida Gator half, and now Nakari trying to get a 50, doesn't connect on it, but Hammy Crackers with a great touch pops it over the defender, trying to get one, and Hammy Crackers just being an absolute unit on his team's defensive side. He may not be in almost every single play getting the goals and stuff like that, but you can see it in his play style. He is trying his hardest to set up his team for success, creating those opportunities through bumps, demos, passes. He is truly just being everywhere on the field right now.
And once again, dislodging the ball from Winthrop Academy, and Zap passes it back to him. Winthrop Academy trying to test the waters in that blue end, but they are Gator infested at the midfield line now. Larry cuts back, but doesn't get that midfield boost. So Monster King has the resources to try and defend this, but not quite the read. He does set Phantom up for a stop, however, and we'll stay with Florida down in this game. Despite a couple of decent-looking attempts, Winthrop Academy seem to have cleaned up their back line, and now they're afforded a counterattack.
Larry saying not today, trying to find Sap on the quick redirect, couldn't get it, so plenty of time and space for Phantom to get the pass down to Monster King, but a great save from Hammy Crackers. You can see Florida just in a scramble, trying to keep this one out, but a musty flick comes out from Phantom, blocked away by Hammy Crackers. A great defensive showing from Florida as they finally find a way to break out, trying to get a quick counter, but Hammy not able to get the pass down to Sap, a clear down the field. Sap, not a whole lot of boost, but he does get the save. Winthrop looking very strong, trying to find a way to get this one into the back of the Gators net to extend their lead, but Florida saying not today. Nakari tries to get a touch off the ceiling, an awkward situation, not able to get it. Winthrop trying to find a Winthrop trying to get one in the back of the net.
Not successful just yet, but Nakari will be allowed to try again. Looking to get over Hammy Crackers. He does so, but Larry's at home on the goal line. Phantom next in. He'll take a light shot on target-ish. A little high being on frame, but still is close enough to bring some panic out of that Florida goal line. Don't see a ton of, but now they have calmed down quickly to get out of defense. But Larry's been bumped to one-on-one. Phantom versus Hammy Crackers. Berger joins the fray along with Sap, but the defense does win. The 1v1 that became a 2v2. Now Nakari looking to take a quick shot, but that near post is defended nicely by the Gators. Still keeping themselves in this thing, but this game has a different complexion to it. It's not Winthrop Academy fighting from behind in the final minute. It's Florida up in a deficit. Oxymoron, but you get what I'm saying. Winthrop Academy control the pace of play.
Winthrop starting to look a lot more comfortable in their shoes. You can see Monster King with the pre-jump from across the field. You can see they're starting to really get a feel of how Florida's trying to play this one out and trying to get those quick counters. You can see they're starting to shut it down faster and faster, not giving them much opportunity to take advantage. Right there, prime example, Phantom already up in the air, flipping across that field, looking for that shutdown. But no, those opportunities, they're going to continue to show themselves. And as long as you can get in front of them and find a way to kind of capitalize on that quick counter when Florida overextends, that's how you're going to be able to find that way and extend your lead. But Florida, they're having a pretty strong defensive grasp, but with 20 seconds left, they're going to have to find a way to break through. As Phantom takes this one off the back wall, does get a favorable 50, looks for one more, does get the full corner boost, gets a pinch off the back wall. Anyone there? Sap with a great shutdown, and Larry looking for the outlet to Hammy, but no boost in the tank. Not able to get there for that one. Looking like Winthrop is sitting in a pretty comfortable position as this one stays alive in the midfield. Phantom looks like he might drop it down. Back in this series, Winthrop looking stronger than ever.
Yeah, 2 clean 1-goal wins. That's what we're talking about after game 2. Like, Winthrop Academy, yes, they went down 0-2 in the series, but those were winnable games for them if they cleaned up their defense. And I'd say they cleaned up their defense there, Nate. I mean, a 1-0 shutout win for Winthrop, saving, what is that, 9 of 9 Florida shots. And we didn't see too many double commits from the Winthrop boys there. Still some. Worries me a little bit, but they didn't go punished in that game. And so, Winthrop Academy, much improved later on in the series, but now you got to close out. You're only halfway there.
And who knows? It could have just been a fact of Phantom, just coming out of Nace, trying to get a feel for his team again.
Yeah.
It's a little bit of different jumping from CRL and Percy to playing with Monster King and Nakari. Obviously, that's a whole different caliber of a roster, and who knows? Maybe they're just trying to get warmed up themselves, and once they can kind of find that connection and start getting warmed up, that's where I've truly seen the Winthrop play in their best type of Rocket League. If they can get warmed up, start trusting each other, and like you were saying, cut out those double commits and those miscommunications, Winthrop's going to really turn this one around.
Yeah, and not only from playing with different teammates, but a different pace of play. Like St. Clair compared to Florida is night and day when you're looking at style of play and just the area of the Rocket League ladder where those two teams' players sit. And so it's an adjustment period for sure. You can't knock him for having a slow start as long as he gets going eventually. Because if you're going to play for both teams and expect to win on the Academy roster, then you got to be ready to adjust at some point in the series in time to get the win. And it seems to be the case so far, but Game 5 coming up now. Florida still only losing 2 games by 1 goal. Same deal with the Academy at the start. This is still anyone's series, and I think we've got 6 players with a lot of pop-off potential in this lobby.
I mean, absolutely. We've seen all kinds of mechanical plays start getting to come out, whether it's ceiling pinches, ground doubles. We've seen some musty start coming out after the resets, and those type of plays can really be the game changers coming out. If they can find a way to utilize it in the most efficient fashion, they're going to find that way to sneak it through and be that catalyst for the team to eventually break through. I think it's going to come down to a battle of attrition here. Who can really separate themselves from the rest the fastest?
Well, Florida's definitely got more Game 7 wins under their belt. Game 5 and Game 7 wins under their belt this semester. Winthrop Academy, though, no strangers to clutching up in that final game. So this could definitely go all 7 here. And it's going to be a dogfight to the end. It's 15 seconds in, though, and we haven't seen a goal, Nate. It's a bit of a change here. Winthrop Academy haven't scored off kickoff.
Winthrop didn't score off kickoff. They're losing. It's going to happen. Unfortunately, that's their momentum that they need. Florida not able to not go down early on. It gives them that little bit of space and time they need to really play their best Rocket League. You know, they don't feel under pressure as much, but it looks like it might sneak its way through anyway, as Nakari slots that one bottom left corner and brings it to a 1-goal lead.
Just 30 seconds delayed. I mean, they never really relinquished pressure off kickoff, so it's kind of still a kickoff goal. It was set up by a win and capped off with a score. Nice shot, too. I mean, there were 2 defenders in position to stop that, but the well-placed shot from Winthrop Academy will result in chaos on the Florida goal line, and 1-0 advantage again for Winthrop Academy. That's 5 straight.
This one's starting to look very awkward here. Larry with almost an own goal, but does get it off his side post. Florida not able to get this one. A backflip off the back wall. Phantom will extend it to a 2-goal lead. Winthrop Academy looking very strong and honestly very comfortable. 2 goals in the first minute is going to be a huge detriment to the ability for Florida to come back, but there's still 4 minutes on the clock. They just got to be able to find a response pretty quickly and can't get forced into these back and forth action that we've seen happen in previous games.
Trying to compose themselves now. Florida still are giving the ball up to Winthrop Academy, but that'll help. Sap finds a dunk to break out of defense momentarily, but Phantom's speed and Monster King, with the power of friendship, results in a 50-50 win for Winthrop Academy. And Monster King in the right spot to stop ball down the sideline. But Florida's still down by 2, and they've yet to really start an effective offensive in that orange end. This could be what changes it. Larry, definitely a game changer in his own right. The captain of this Florida team is usually my X factor in the series. He's a guy that can step up and facilitate a sort of comeback. I mean, in Game 7 against Florida Southern, he put together a hat-trick comeback, or I think it was 4 goals actually in Game 7, to erase a 3-goal deficit and win there. And their only NECC win this semester. So he's got it in him, but the Academy are holding the Gators in a chokehold here.
This Phantom getting a huge demo, and a shot from Nakari extends their lead by 3. You can see the coordination from Winthrop Academy coming out, the bumps and demos, and just looking for each other. Those opportunities like we were talking about at the start of this series. This is the Winthrop that we know and love, and that type of physicality is something that we have seen them do time and time again. And once they start connecting, Winthrop's Academy team is going to start pulling away as Monster King looks for a kickoff goal, couldn't get it. Nakari off the crossbar as this one bounces back into the neutral zone as Larry leaves this one back for Hammy Crackers with plenty of boost in the tank. Nakari tries to get a dribble to Phantom, but not able to connect on the shot as Hammy Crackers trying to get it cleared down for Sap. It does get it out, but you can see Winthrop Academy trying to find a way to get this one off their side and create some space, because right now the Gators, their jaws are snapping.
They're feeling it right now. Winthrop Academy are. You can see it in their challenge game. Every 50-50 is effectively taking away Florida's presence on the field. And once your micro game has stepped up, Winthrop Academy, you can see it on the scoreboard now. Potentially 3 straight game wins in a row. 2 1-goal affairs, and this keeps going the way it's going. A blowout win to put them on match point. Burger with a pass back to Monster King sets up that 4th. Winthrop Academy are seriously taking it to the Gators.
I mean, the Gators just can't seem to find a response. You can see that coordination from Winthrop Academy just putting them in very awkward situations. Almost every single challenge Florida is getting in, Winthrop Academy is just beating it around them. They're playing not necessarily for the 50, but they're forcing it and playing a lot of mind games just like that. You can see it off the kickoff, a little bit of a fake, coming out off the back wall, but no one there. Can't get it on target. Is Hammy Crackers. Now takes this one down the field, does get the reset, but it's going to be an easy clear for Phantom as Sap not able to get it past him. Phantom getting another touch. Florida trying to really just create some momentum for themselves here. But Winthrop's Academy team is just all over this ball, and they're just shutting down every chance that the Gators have been trying to open up. And that's the Winthrop Academy team we know and love. They're very quick to the ball, very aggressive, and they do not give you time to think or really do much with it. As a missed opportunity comes out for the Gators there. Nakari trying to take this one across, but eventually gets shut down by Hammy Crackers. Monster King looks for one more, gets the reset, gets the pop off the back wall. A shot opportunity, couldn't be on target. The double commit comes out, and this one will roll in. Winthrop Academy goes up 5-0.
I mean, now they can do no wrong. That's another double commit from Winthrop Academy. Like, nothing's changed from their performance earlier, except now they're scoring on their double commits, not giving Larry open nets to score on. Like, you can see the play style hasn't changed for this Winthrop Academy team. They're still diving at the ball, but now they're coming up with the reads. They've got Florida downloaded with a minute left. I mean, this is a near impossible comeback for UF. Like, they've done crazy things, but 5 goals in 45 seconds in this sort of game where nothing is going your way, it's just not going to happen. So Winthrop Academy have themselves a nice segment of Game 5 to celebrate their improved performance and focus on closing it out in 6.
Now with 30 seconds left, the reality of this match is the Gators just need to go into this next game and think about what can we do better, what can we fix to really start capitalizing on some of these opportunities that we're missing out on. What is Winthrop Academy doing that's making us really awkward and really hard to try and make any type of play? And Winthrop, in your case, with this kind of lead and this kind of dominant performance, keep doing what you're doing. I mean, right now it's working. Yes, it is still sloppy, like you were saying. You're still seeing some double commits, but in Rocket League, momentum is a thing. If you can build that momentum and start crushing your opponent's soul in their mental fortitude, that's when you can start walking away with any kind of series.
And Saps left on 82 points in that game. Pales in comparison to Berger's 737. A hat trick for him. Tossed 3 saves in there. That's a great game from Winthrop Academy. I mean, out shooting Florida, they dominated pretty much every stat in that game. Field domination at the end of it. Let me peep it at the end. 53-47, the split in favor of Winthrop Academy. So I guess Florida still had some presence in offense, but it was not really felt in that game. A lot of their opportunities died in that center third.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like a lot of their opportunities came from missed chances and on kind of overextensions from Winthrop that they just couldn't capitalize on. Winthrop's defensive side was very strong. You can only see they only had 4 saves compared to the amount of shots that were happened in that game. But I think Florida's biggest thing is they got to get more physical. There's not a whole lot of physicality coming out from them, whether it's staying on the play and trying to go for a bumper demo there to free up that space for your team to take control. Those type of opportunities got to be capitalized on. If you're going to miss them, then honestly, you're overextended by going for that bump in the first place.
And they didn't even have the space to really go for bumps that last game. Like, they were so starved and out-challenged in their own end that you really can't afford to send a guy forward. But, hey, righting the wrongs of the last 5 games is Larry here. And he sets him up for the opener. And 13 seconds in, again, we've got a score, but this time it's the Gators.
Gators sitting in a comfortable position now. Finally got their kickoff goal in return against Winthrop Academy. But Phantom trying to get a fake out on Larry. Does get the 50. Leaves this one for Nakari off the side corner. Does get the read. A great touch from Nakari. Is he able to slot that one in? Sneaks it in for the equalizer. Honestly, that was just a great read and a great play from Nakari.
No kidding. Saved his flip until the last millisecond to lift that up over the last defender of Florida. Great read. And the 50-50 from Phantom to set that up was also pretty perfect. Didn't have much boost, but he knew he had a teammate behind him, sat the ball down out of the challenge, and Nakari knew what to do with the rest of that. So 1-1 now. That opening goal of Florida is quickly erased, and now they've got to add back to their growing pile of goals that Winthrop Academy will halt the expansion of.
The Gators looking to tighten their jaws here in this lock, but it looks like Winthrop's going to start trying to find a quick way out. But Sap with a great redirect, but a great pre-jump from Nakari. He's able to shut that one down. And a Demos is starting to come out to try and free up that space. You can see Monster King on the hunt, trying to find another, couldn't get it. And Larry's going to have plenty of boost to clear this one out and take it back down the field, giving the Gators some time and space. But just like that, Hammy Crackers not able to get this one, but a double commit coming up from Winthrop Academy once again. Just like you were saying, their play style has not changed. The communication continues to struggle, but a shot opportunity comes out, blocked away by Monster King. And those type of chances are something the Gators are going to want back.
Hey, well, they get it back. Yeah, Larry given a secondary opportunity at the aerial shots, and that'll be another lead for the Gators here. Nicely done, and double commits on the goal line. Winthrop Academy, I guess, immune for a game in this series. They go back to, unfortunately, miscommunicating or panicking a little bit there on their own goal, but it is what it is. They concede their lead, but a lot of Rocket League left now, and Monster King on the ball is a great way to start all of that Rocket League.
Hammy Crackers looking pretty awkward on the Gators goal line, but trying to find one more, does get the 50, but in favor of Winthrop Academy. Sap not able to get this one cleared out. You can see Winthrop Academy just really trying to find a way to break through, and the last thing they're going to want to do is go to a game 7. That's where all the pressure is going to be. Right now they're on match point, they're feeling comfortable, but with Florida's lead, as that clock starts ticking, that pressure is going to continue to grow. And eventually someone's going to buckle, whether it's going to be Winthrop with their double commits or it's going to be an overextension from Florida. They're going to have to find a way to equalize this one quickly as another shot comes out. Phantom is able to get that one saved. And now Nakari, not a whole lot of boost in the tank. All three Winthrop players upfield. Another double commit comes out in the neutral zone. A dangerous position for Winthrop Academy as the Gators will have plenty of space, but Phantom's going to be there to shut that one down and looking for a scoring opportunity himself. A great touch and carry from Larry as now Winthrop Academy trying to find a way to get this one in the back of the net.
Well, as long as you get good touches out of the double commits, then I guess it's all good for Winthrop Academy. That's a decent touch out to the side. Sap trying to play it back center to himself. Burker is in the way. Phantom now on the ball, faking Larry and actually scoring a equalizer. How on earth did he find this?
I was a little baffled with this one. You can see Hammy Crackers going for that corner boost, and Larry just not able to get the connection on that 15. Just left a wide open net for Winthrop Academy to equalize. I mean, that's definitely what you don't want to see in any type of Rocket League situation. Boost over ball, dangerous position. Trusting your teammates, not a bad thing, but I personally would say you might want to be careful and just protect your net a little bit better.
I guess Henry was not expecting a fake to happen right then and there. Larry had a good angle on it, and now what was a Florida lead could turn quickly into them facing the barrel of a loss here. It will be their third loss in the NECC in a stacked Group B, one they really can't afford. Hammy Crackers with 100 boost in the corners, the guy you want on the ball. He'll beat Burger over the top, Monster King as well, but Sam has to take over on the far side. He's looking to break through the near post, but can't do it. Phantom finds a stop. Larry can't steal boost, but is given a chance to shoot, though Burger reacts fast and makes sure that this tie ball game stays that way. Good defense so far from Winthrop Academy, but their test is not over.
The Gators trying to convert on this one as Phantom. It takes to the skies. It takes this one back down the field. Does get the reset, but Sap with great patience. It takes control, giving it in a 50, firing this one back out to Hammy Crackers with plenty of boost in the tank. Trying to get with this one and take the lead. Can't get the reset as a double commit comes out from Winthrop Academy, but forcing it into Monster King. Like you were saying, if you're going to double commit, get a touch on the ball at least. And that seems to be Winthrop Academy's game plan. They can't get it past you if you commit everybody for it. As now Nakari tries to pop this one up, but Phantom, no boost in the tank, is going to be forced to leave it for Sap. Gets the reset, but no one from the Gators there to follow it up. And a bump comes out in the midfield. Phantom leaves this one for Nakari. A great double read opportunity and a great touch from Nakari as now Winthrop is on the winning trail.
Clutch play from Nakari and Phantom here. Together like LeBron and Wade right there, honestly. Dumping the ball off for each other. Nakari nails the shot. Phantom's pressuring on the goal line. That is a beautiful Two-man counterattack. Winthrop Academy using it now to potentially close this series out. Larry, though, has other ideas. Finds Sap across the infield, but Phantom finds a banger of a clear downfield. And this could put Hammy in an awkward spot, especially now with Berger snatching that 100 boost. The ball's been given away to Winthrop Academy, and with it being spiked, Winthrop Academy have come all the way back. Down 0-2 in this series. They rattle off 4 in a row, and Nate, they take a big-time win on a Tuesday Night Lights and NECC night.
Definitely what you want to see if you're a Winthrop Academy fan. Not what you want to see if you're a Gator fan. You know, they started off strong, but they just couldn't keep up in the end once Winthrop Academy got warmed up and they started really still making their mistakes, but, you know, they turned that momentum around and they started converting on those mistakes and really utilizing it to the best of their ability. So that's what I like to see out of Winthrop, you know. Carolina Rocket League, that's what I like to see. But, you know, it's going to hurt for Florida.
It does hurt. I mean, that's now 3 narrow losses they've taken. Games 6 against now Winthrop Academy and Daytona State. Game 7 loss. Oh, actually, I don't remember their third loss, so I'm not going to try and predict it. But looks like we're getting an interview from Nikari. He'll be popping into our caster booth any second now. So we'll get to chat to him. Nate, I'm sure this is not the first time you've gotten a chance to talk to Nikari. So we'll see how he's feeling after a pretty big win for Winthrop Academy. But him and Phantom both having great nights. Monster King doing his job to get that win right there. But got Nikari in the booth with us now. My man, can you hear us all right? How you feeling?
I can hear y'all good. I'm feeling good. I'm feeling good.
That's a big win for you guys. I mean, beating Florida again. I know you were saying you'd like to see Florida try and get some revenge there. They were after it and started out hot, but you guys rattled off 4 in a row. What went into that?
So we definitely saw a little bit of panic in all of us, just scared, nervous, losing, something like that. I was like, we got to calm down. And just calming down, you know, just got us a dub. I don't know. We stopped booming the ball, took control, and it was just our game. So.
Well, that's awesome. I'm happy to hear and I'm happy to see y'all take the win over Florida. I know I was a little concerned at first when I saw y'all kind of banging it around, so I'm happy to see y'all clean that one up. So my question for you is, yes, you cleaned it up, but what do you feel like was the biggest difference maker in y'all's play style? Do you feel like it was more coordination in terms of playing through each other, not just keeping control of it, or do you feel like you were just capitalizing on a lot of overextensions by Florida?
We were definitely keeping control of it, and we had gotten some word from T. He did some replays, and we just all kind of focused on individually what he told us, and also just, you know, supporting each other as a team, because we definitely struggled with that, just, you know, trying to be one off of each other. And once we started to learn how to use each other, just things came a lot more simple. You know, rotations flowed smoothly, and I mean, you saw what it did 4 in a row. So.
Well, that's awesome. I'm happy to see that y'all were able to clean it up and take advantage of those notes from T. So with that knowledge taken in, going into next week, how are you feeling with your match against the UCF Knights? I see that's up on your next week's schedule. Do you feel like it's going to be a very similar type of play, or do you feel like you're going to have to change something up?
I think we can also just play our game with those guys. We've played them a few times, and we've taken the dub. So I believe, you know, we just do what we've been doing. Don't need to change anything. Play confident. Play still. We should be fine for sure.
I'm curious as well. I mean, new kid to the team, Monster King. What's it like integrating him into the lineup? I know you guys put a lot of work in, like with CRL, and I mean, Phantom gets reps with the A team too. There's no shortage of places to sharpen your iron at the Winthrop program. But talk about Monster King. I mean, not a highlight series from him tonight, but you guys did enough to get the win. Monster King was playing his role well, and I'm wondering how the integration of that new third's coming in.
Yeah, he's definitely lacking on, you know, like the ego and confidence side. But we're trying to get him just, you know, be more confident. He was a freestyler back then, so he does have his mechs, and we're just trying to get him back in the rhythm, you know. And you know, he's eager to get better. He's been asking T for help a lot, playing twos a lot, and even before our series, he's like, I'm not feeling well in the game. I was like, you know, just go out there, play your game, and we'll see what we can do. And you know, he was a little shaky game 1 and game 2. He's, you know, panicking on defense. So I was like, you know, just calm down, and you know, we took 4 straight. So
yeah, it showed in the results. I mean, you guys got CRL this Saturday as well. You gonna join the A team in league play?
I hope so. I'm down. That'd be fun.
That's awesome. Can't wait to see the run from you guys. Congrats on the win tonight, Nakari. Thanks for joining us in the booth.
Thank you, sir.
All right, Nate, that does close out the show. I appreciate you, Mr. Resident Carolina boy, from for coming into the booth for this one on short notice as well. This came together yesterday, and so I hope you enjoyed being here on Tuesday Night Lights.
Oh, always. I'm always happy to support any of my Carolina teams that are playing in different activities, different leagues, and that kind of stuff. It's always a great showing. I'm excited to see how they all progress throughout their seasons.
All right, well, that does bring us to the end of Tuesday Night Lights. We have 3 more NECC matches happening tomorrow night. And I can't remember the schedule off the top of my head, so just follow me on Twitter. Follow the Collegiate Exclusive Podcast on Twitter as well. Shout out Nate for always supporting the podcast. Much love for that, my guy.
Best podcast out there.
I appreciate it. We try, but that will do it for the show tonight. I am gonna raid someone right now. Looks like Sleeper's live, so we're gonna go support one of the other casters that's usually at the in the booth. He'll be there tomorrow for 2 of the NECC matches, so go show him some love. Shout out C3 Esports League for raiding tonight, and shout out all of you lovely people for tuning in. I'll see you later.